capping off a sensational career. Bettor's Wish goes out a winner in the TVG.
Off cutter, Desperate Man! And it's Desperate Man pacing up late for Henry coming on. Desperate Man.
Catch the Fire splitting horses. It's Catch the Fire in time!
He stretches out the lead. Juju B dominant in the Kentucky Journey.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District for an 11-race Tuesday night program. First post at 5:50, just under 10 minutes from now. Sunny skies, temperature well above the plus 10 degree mark at this point in time. And playing on a fast oval tonight, just a slight headwind into the home stretch here this evening. As we get you updated on the scratches and changes on tonight's 11-race program. Beginning in race number 1, start of the early pick 5 with that $10,000 guaranteed pool. No changes in race 1, no changes in the first 3 races this evening. Races 1 through 3, all clear, no changes. We'll swing over to race number 4. In that 4th race, number 5, Riddle Me Miss, has been scratched. Scratched due to sickness, number 5, Riddle Me Miss. Adicor Royal 6, chewing change. Goes from aluminum to steel shoes up front. Aluminum to steel up front for 6, Adicor Royal. Races 5, 6, and 7, all clear. No changes in 5 through 7 this evening. Over to the 8th race, start of tonight's late pick 4, $7,500 guaranteed pool. Scratched is number 6, General Lee. Judge's scratch of 6, General Lee, over in the 8th race. Race number 9, the 2, No Time at All, with a bridle change from side rolls to race in a set of blinkers. Side rolls to blinkers for number 2, No Time at All. Race 10, start of the late double, has no changes, and no changes in the 11th and final Super High 5 finale, and it's tonight's featured event, the Preferred 2 and 3 handicap pace. We've got a full field of 8, no changes, slating to go postward in tonight's 11th and final. Reminder, no changes in race 1 this evening, no changes in the first 3. Race 1 will start off the pick 5 wager $10,000 guaranteed pool. And to talk a little bit more about that and with an overview of tonight's race program in general, want to welcome back our good friend Robert Reed Jr. Robert, how you doing?
Fantastic, Greg. Excited to be back. Was off last week, of course, with some personal matters, but excited to be back tonight, and the track looks like it is in fantastic condition.
Absolutely. Last night here, even despite some wet weather throughout the day, they were going some big miles, and we expect to see that again. So it's that time of year where they really begin to pick up their speed and start to turn their head a little bit. But, that's not the focal point for you, is it? You like to dive into the multi-leg wagers and look at it through your handicapping lens. So, from that standpoint, how do both pick five sequences look to you tonight when you look them over?
I like the sequences tonight. I actually like the card from top to bottom. I think it's a competitive card throughout. There are some horses that you can take stands on, but there's some other races that I think are wide open. And one of those tonight actually is the preferred in the finale. So I think that really we have a card tonight that while there might be a few you can hang your hat on, I think there's going to be some really great payouts because as we usually see here on Tuesday nights at the Raceway, there's always a couple of upsets that can cause some major tickets to hit the floor, so to speak. So I like both pick fives tonight, Greg, and in each of them I will be taking some pretty serious stands on a couple of singles.
And we want to say hello to all of our good friends tuning in tonight around North America. A lot of folks that'll be chiming in tonight on Twitter and elsewhere. What's the vibe you're getting there today? Have you received any good tips or anything to help you out tonight?
Well, I know last night I didn't get very much help from my friends. I'm not going to name any names, but a certain horse won in spectacular fashion last night. I know both owners pretty well, or two of the three owners, and didn't get a heads up. But hey, that's okay. I'm sure they'll give me some in the future. But Ryan Clements, by the way, how about his stable of horses right now? From an ownership perspective, I mean, he's firing on all cylinders. I know he's got the whole family out tonight. I saw that on Twitter, and hopefully I'm not putting the jinx on him right now because he's been on quite a roll as of late.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Ryan with a couple of starters from his barn tonight. He's got race 1, number 8, Better Watch It. And over in the third, number 3, PL Porsche, who's the favorite there in the morning line. So without any further ado, we're only 4 minutes away from the opener. Let's get a look at that early pick 5 ticket of yours.
All right, Greg, let's take a look at it, folks. So again, guaranteed pool of $10,000 here in this opening pick 5 sequence. Low takeout, 15%. Too deep in the opener for me. Listen, I came very close to putting Ryan Clements' horse in this race, the 8 Better Watch It on top. Think that she has a good chance, but at the end of the day, how do I go against Trevor Henry here in the opener? Trevor Henry coming in for one race, a usual and very accomplished driver at Mohawk Park, coming in for one race tonight here in the opener. Number 1, She's a Comedian. Have to have that on my ticket. That's my top selection. 1-8 here in the opener. In the second race, too deep again with the 4, Kenny Joe, also using the 5, Living Large. Kenny Joe is one that you'll see I do typically, hang my hat on and like to put him on top. But at the end of the day, I needed a little bit of backup there with the 5, Living Large. I think they're both ones that figure in this class, and I'm happy to have those two in the second race of the sequence. In the third, well, that's where we're going to hang our hat on the 3, the PL Porsche, another horse, as you mentioned, Greg, sent out by owner Ryan Clements, trained by Lauren House, and this one was spectacular on March 30th. She won by more than 13 lengths under wraps. She moves up in class tonight. I don't see her getting beat. I think she crushes this field. Again, is designated as my best bet of the night, but will be a very short price on the mutual. Race 4 and 5 is where we're going to spread out and look for some prices. 1, 3, 4, and 6 in the fourth. It's a trot race. I think it's one where we might see some horses, misbehave, and there might be an opportunity for a price in there. I did put the 1 Surprise on top, but I do also use the 3 Golden Compass, the 4 Junior, and the 6 Addie Royal, who does have a shoeing change that I'm fond of tonight. And then in race 5, well, the inside 5. I looked at this race and, from many different directions, and I think those are the 5 you have to have on the ticket. I like Wilson Wall as my top selection. He's 8-1 in the morning line. I can't imagine we get that price. Was a real nice winner in his last start. Since then has been scratched due to sickness, but I love the way he raced last time. So I'm going to put Wilson Wall on top, but I want lots of coverage in that money leg of the sequence. So we're going to use the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in there, and that ticket will cost $16 for 20 cents. And again, we're going to single on a horse. It's going to be a real short price, but then hopefully maybe get some decent numbers around her to build a better payoff. But just 1 minute away till the horse will be moving out onto the track. And again, this sequence, guaranteed pool, $10,000, low takeout of 15%. And Greg and I will come back and take a look at the opener after the post break.
Again, want to welcome everybody tuning in tonight around North America. Of course, watching full card coverage here in Canada through HPI Bet. Our friends south of the border tuning in tonight on TVG as well, with 6 of the 11 races being covered there. The pick 5 right up front here, $10,000 guaranteed pool. I can tell you we're already well over the guarantee. And still a few moments before we meet the field and have race number 1 here. So expecting a very sizable early pick 5 pool, probably north of 20,000 by the time we go postward here. So still a little bit of time to study up and get your pick 5 plays ready. The post parade for tonight's first of 11 coming up in just moments. Stepping on to the track, horses and drivers for tonight's first of 11 from the Raceway. Number 1, She's a Comedian. Allison Hepburn, Susan Home share ownership, the driver Trevor Henry. Number 2 is Century Harlot, Aaron Swainson Brickman the owner. It's Scott Ray in the bike. Charmbo Stormy, number 3, John Ryer, the owner, Scott Young, in the bike. Number 4, Pacing Down a Dream, Doug Millard, the owner, Colin Kelly will drive. 5, Havarti 1, Travis Cullen is in the bike for owner Ryan Stewart. Number 6, Seal the Dark, has Travis Henry driving for Colonel Schneider Jr. 7, Brydown Better Be, Brydown Farms Inc., the owners, Garrett Rooney in the bike. Better Watch It completes the field, Tyler Borth driving for Ryan Clements and Dave Dayton. That's your field of 8 to kick off the Tuesday night program. It's the start of the Daily Double and early pick 5. And even money on the board. Post 1 starter, She's a Comedian again as we bring in Rob Reed Jr. for a quick look here at the opener. And yeah, it's going to be a big pick 5 pool, Rob. Almost 13,000 now, and still a couple of moments before we go postward in here. Really interesting, too. Trevor Henry in town tonight with 1 drive, and it comes right here in the opener with the 1, She's a Comedian, and a former leading driver here for several years.
Yeah, and I this is one race and one race only tonight, as you mentioned, Greg. And how do you go against Trevor Henry in this spot? He's got a horse with the rail who's shown speed, and remembering Trevor, dominating the half-mile surfaces for so many years in Ontario, he doesn't give up too many spots off the gate. So I think we know what direction She's a Comedian's going in. 4-1 in the morning line. I knew that was pretty generous. 6-5 right now. I can't go against her. I can't go against Trevor Henry in this spot.
And I didn't realize until later in the day that he was in town tonight just with the 1 drive. So I really don't know the circumstances, why he's here just to drive 1 in the first race. It's interesting, but On paper, definitely a contender. I think one of many in here, but there's no way you could discount her with Trevor driving here from post one. But I certainly don't think she's a lock. Who are some of the others you'd have a look at?
Well, definitely. Who's hotter than Ryan Clements right now as an owner? His horse, number 8, Better Watch It, was actually going to be my top selection until I saw Trevor driving She's a Comedian. So when I just looked at it pound for pound horses, I had it 8-1. I made the switch to 1-8 because, I love the fact that Trevor's on She's a Comedian. And, Better Watch It, though, should get, a nice trip in behind that one. A trailing post. I mean, she's had to work from that spot quite a few times. It certainly hasn't been, been kind to her. And now, though, she does get a live one to follow. So 5-1 on Better Watch It, I'd say, is probably the value right now. She is coming off a vet scratch sick. But if you're looking at one saying, I don't want to take 6-5 on a horse that's probably getting overbet because Trevor's driving, maybe go to Tyler Borth on the 8 Better Watch It.
And as you mentioned, the track looks fantastic, and based on what we saw last night and the weather we have tonight, I think we're going to see some big miles. Here's a good indication, race number 1, a group that generally go in the 58 to 59 range. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go, maybe a second faster here tonight, and we'll have to watch too to see how speed holds up on a night like tonight as well. Any final thoughts here on the opener before we get set to kick off this Pick 5 sequence? We're now north of $14,000 in the pool.
Well, speaking of track condition, we saw that great shot from Tony Elliott on social media out, with the track being conditioned today. And I actually asked him, I said, well, he does it all. He's out there conditioning the track in the afternoon. And I kind of said it as a joke, thinking that it was just, a video he got from someone else. But he mentioned that he does go out, tries to get out once a week to work on the track. So, Tony Elliott, a man of many talents.
Absolutely. And, certainly he's passionate for sure. And he wants to make sure that everything is tip-top and ready to go when it comes race time. And I know he's also been busy. He's been on the phone starting to put out feelers for the Camelot Classic this year. And we don't want to give anything away just yet, but some very nice names that have committed that they will very likely be here at the end of next month. So we're getting excited about that.
Hit me up in the DMs. He's playing it so close to the vest. I just mentioned it today, and he said, "Don't ask." He's like, "I'm not telling you who we have confirmed."
Well, you know what? Again, for everybody that's maybe following along tonight on Twitter, let us know who you're hoping to see this year for the Camelot Classic, and we'll maybe let that guide some of the conversation here in the coming weeks. Quick thought: how about that Battle of the Big Mouths last night? Pete Aiello and Gabe Pruitt at Pompano Park. That had been touted for a while. They put on quite a show for a 2-horse match race.
They did. It was honestly, it felt like a heavyweight fight between two champions unifying a title, and Pete came out on top. But wow, it was really cool to watch that.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a Canadian version, maybe Rob, and we'll have to find a worthy competitor for you. What do you think?
I'm down anytime.
All right, do it. I like it. There's a promotional idea. We'll get Tony Elliott working on that. We are set to go. Your last chance to wager on race number 1 tonight as we kick off the Tuesday night program. Field of 8 lining up. They are She's a Comedian, Century Harlot, Charmbo Stormy, Pacing Down a Dream, Havarti 1, Seal the Dark, Brydown Better Be, and from the second tier, Better Watch It. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off. She's a Comedian's going to push out from the inside, showing speed down the middle is Charmbo Stormy. And from the second tier start, coming away in the top 3, Better Watch It as they round the first turn. Emerging fourth, but gapped by about 3, Century Harlot. She's a Comedian, insisting on the lead, and will take the field up to the opening quarter. Coming away in the pocket, it's going to be Better Watch It. Under very tight lines there in second, forced to take back in third was Charmbo Stormy. And closing up the gap fourth now is Century Harlot. The fifth one away, Pacing Down a Dream. Then it's further back in the field to find Havarti 1, who has 2 beaten. They are Seal the Dark and Brydown Betterby can see them all. Opening quarter, deceptively fast, 28-2. She's a Comedian and Trevor Henry are on the engine, and they'll lead them up to the half-mile pole. Tracking right there in pocket position is Better Watch It. Studying the speed third is Charmbo Stormy. Fourth, and having a peek to the outside, is Century Harlot. And Will Kimmett now to go first over. On the back of that one comes Pacing Down a Dream. Havarti 1 continues sixth. Seventh and staying put is Seal the Dark. Trailer now broad wide. Brydown Betterby. 58-3 the halftime. She's a Comedian. Will lead the field into the backstretch. A bit bumpy gated and losing some ground there in the pocket was Better Watch It. So a clear second now. Havarti 1 Pacing Down a Dream. Right up in a good spot. Second over. Length and a half off the lead. Charmbo Stormy is fifth. 3 wide out of the backfield. Brydown Betterby. 3 panels in 128 even. They come to the top of the stretch. She's a Comedian is holding them at bay. The lead is a long neck. Century Harlot continues to grind away. First over and is right up on even terms. Now swinging wide, Pacing Down a Dream. Pacing Down a Dream. She's a Comedian gives up the lead. Charmbo Stormy knifing through late, but it's Pacing Down a Dream to win. Late rally from Seal the Dark. May have gotten second. In the place photo, Charmbo Stormy, and close for fourth, 1:57-3. Pacing Down a Dream to kick off the Tuesday card. More than $25,000 wagered into the early pick 5 this evening. Another massive pool. And a 5 to 2 second choice kicks it off. Number 4, Pacing Down a Dream. 4, 6, 3, and 1, the top 4 finish order. Here's a look at the winner of the first returning, number 4, Pacing Down a Dream. 4-year-old bay mare by Captain Treacherous from the American Ideal mare American in Paris. Doug Millard of Woodstock, the owner, John Yake training, and Colin Kelly in the driver's seat. The mare with her second win this year and 5th lifetime. Takes 3 full seconds off of her lifetime racing record. 1:57-3, brand new speed badge for number 4, Pacing Down a Dream. Results of the first official, the winner pays $720, 4-6 exacta, 107.10. Dollar trifecta, $285.40. The superfecta, $970.20. Second race upcoming has no changes. Field of 6 to go postward in race 2. Start of an early pick 3. Here's a look at the finish order from race 1, top down, 4, 5, 3, 1, 7, 2, 8, 6. Second race coming up again has no changes. Field of 6 in the start of the early pick 3 wager. Just over 9 minutes on the clock. Reminder, we're racing 4 days a week here at the Raceway in our final 2 months of the spring racing season. Every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 5:50. Friday nights with a 4:50 start time. Looking ahead to a very busy month of May, final month of the race meet. And some big events coming up. Returning to the Raceway, the Ontario Regional Driving Championship. That's coming up on Wednesday, May the 11th. 9 of the top reinsmen in Ontario will square off. Top 2 finishers will represent the province at the National Driving Championship later in the year in Alberta. And circle Friday, May 27th on your racing calendar. The return of the Kamloops Classic after a 2-year hiatus. Back this year, the $150,000 Invitational sponsored by Sealster Farms will be the main event. And as part of the undercard this year, the Forest City Pace for the top older pacing mares. And this year will be sponsored by Mac Lily Farms. A big thank you to Mac Lily Farms, Sealster Farms, presenting sponsors of our 2 marquee events. Friday, May 27th, it's Kamloops Classic Night. Going to be a wonderful event, welcoming fans back to the track for our signature race of the season. We'll have the party on the patio, top of the fair, and a whole lot more. Details to come in the coming weeks. Stay tuned, as always, to our website for more, westernfairdistrict.com. Big shout out as well to our good friends at Jack 1023 FM and 107.3 Country 107.3. Welcoming them to the Raceway here once again this evening for our $2,000 cash giveaway. Your chance to enter to win each and every live racing night here at the Raceway. Make sure to stop by and say hello upstairs at the top of the fair. Friends from Jack 102.3 and Country 107.3.
Horses are not generally picky eaters, and when your horse goes off its feed, there is usually a reason for the change. Are you tired of trying products that just do not work? Are you tired of spending thousands on services that provide the same results over and over? Right now, we would like you to give your horse Advanced Appetite and see why some of the leading trainers in the industry are saying this product is worth its weight in gold. When horses do not eat as we expect they should, those horses may need that little extra that makes them jump at their feed tub. Advanced Appetite does just that. Advanced Appetite is a palatable appetite stimulant for horses which contains 100% natural ingredients, no chemicals, and will not harm to your horse in any way. Advanced Appetite will help increase your horse's appetite with our patent green goop formula. Advanced Appetite contains chlorophyll, licorice root, slippery elm, and aloe vera. At Advanced Appetite, we have combined these ingredients with 2 great flavors that will have your horses eating like a champion. Advanced Appetite is available in a peppermint green goop flavor and also in an apple green goop flavor. Here's what people are saying about Advanced Appetite after a few days of trying the product on their horses. Jack Moisiev, trainer, driver, and winner of over 9,800 career races and 128 million in driving purses. I had a few horses that were a bit slow and very picky eaters. I heard so much about Advanced Appetite that I decided to give some of our horses a try on this product. Today, I honestly have to say that by the 5th or 6th day of this product, I could not believe the difference in all the horses I started on Advanced Appetite. My barn has now been going on 2 months of this product and my horses love it. The horses are looking good, feeling great, and licking feed tubs clean. I would highly recommend this product if you haven't tried this on your horses. It's 100% safe, easy to use, and the horses love it. Robert Young, trainer and winner of over 850 races. I had a few horses who were picky eaters and not finishing their meals. I tried Advanced Appetite and soon all of my horses were eating everything up. As mentioned, this product is 100% all natural, no chemicals, no pharmaceutical, and it flat out works. Get your horse back to being themselves with Advanced Appetite. Visit us today at www.advancedappetite.ca.
Sonio Dream is coming on for Henry in deep stretch now, getting to win Sun Revenge, and he's got him. Il Sonio Dream will do it from first.
Introducing the field for tonight's second race. Non-winners of 2000 last three. Number 1, He's a Handyman. Mark Horner, the owner. Mike Horner with the drive. 2's Modern Rider. Bert, Betty, Jason, Sherman all share in the ownership. It's Colin Kelly driving. Samuel Taylor owns. Lauren House drives. Number 3, Strong Enough. 4 is Kenny Joe. Kevin Gillis, the owner. The driver, Donnie Rankin Jr. Number 5 is Living Large. George Robinson, the owner. The driver, Garrett Rooney. And completing the field, A Better Man, owned by Kyle Strike. Tyler Borth will do the driving. Good-looking field of 6 here in race 2 as we start off the early pick 3 wager. Even money now 6-5 on number 6, A Better Man. Rob will bring you in to chat here a little bit about race number 2. Here's one that's going to drop slightly here on the class ladder, and I guess a fairly substantial drop when you look at the level of competition he faced last time out. But post 6 may be the equalizer. What do you think?
A Better Man for me. Listen, I think that is he one with a chance in here. Yeah, I thought this race was a kind of a more wide open event from top to bottom. I don't. I can't say I like him at 6-5. I mean, I don't have him, actually in my top 4, and I thought he'd be one of the longer priced horses in the race, just off of recent forms. To drop down does have to work from an outside starting spot in the field, and I think there's some speed inside of him that might get a big edge, and that's right there. We see the horse on the screen right now, one that we're both fond of, Greg. Number 4, Kenny Joe. I think this is a great spot for him, and I think he should be pointed off the gate.
I agree. I think a good spot. Definitely a bit of a concern last time with the miscue right at the start of the race and took himself out of any serious contention. But a bit of a drop here. And if you go 2 and 3 back, the form's been pretty good against what you could argue is a slightly tougher group. But the other thing that kind of concerns me about him, but at 9-2, I think it's definitely a palatable price, is the fact that he's only 1 for 12 this year coming in.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to the competition he's been facing, and that last victory that he had, was in a tougher spot than this, and he was sent down the road and no one even got near him. And I think we're going to see something similar this time around. I thought Kenny Joe would be, 2-1 in here, around his morning line, maybe even less, just because I know he made a break last time. That was from the trailing post, though, and he looked kind of, hot behind the gate, fired up. Not the best spot to be in when you're, in that type of a mood, and he jumped it off. I think that this time around we're going to see him go to the front, and we'll see what he's made of. It's a compact field that usually lends itself to one that might, there might not be too much action going on. If he can steal a quarter, I think it'll be tough to beat.
Strong Enough, number 3. This guy never did crack the win column last year and first start back. So do you think he's going to need a start or 2 even before he's ready to compete at this level?
Yeah, usually I would certainly say so. And 9-1 on the board, we're not seeing a ton of action on this one, so that would make me think, yeah, we'd want to watch this one maybe a time or 2 before we're ready to get behind him. The qualifier, it was I guess we'll say it's a decent one, but being off since December 20th, I'd usually want to watch him one time. So I do have him kind of in the mix tonight, but more so one I put in the bottom end of the exotics.
He's a Handyman. The last time this one had post 1 and couldn't really take advantage. Could get away no better than 4th. Then caught in a tough trip circumstance from there. Finished 4th, raced evenly. Gets to unfortunately bump up slightly in company here, but gets to come right back with post number 1. From what you've seen in this guy in the past, is he capable of taking advantage this time and maybe surprising, even though it's a more difficult group?
Yeah, I'm not sure that he can really get away with I don't think he can get away with the lead in here, and I think maybe 3rd or 4th is probably the best he can do off the gate. And here, what he did last time, really, which was kind of just push away for a spot, but then he ended up in a difficult position when he had to move first over, which certainly didn't help his chances. I do agree. This is a tougher group to face, and I'm just not sure how it works out for He's a Handyman tonight. I think that his best option might be just to stay on the pylons and hopefully hide out and get a piece of it.
On paper anyway, there aren't a ton that show gate speed in here, so it's hard to, even though it's a short field, figure out how the trip scenario will go in here. And that's difficult for us sometimes on the best of days, but in a race like this, I certainly find it a little bit tricky. From what we saw in the first race, about what we expected, that group went a little bit faster than they've been going the last couple of months, so the track's excellent. And one thing I'll say here, Rob, and you've probably seen it, when watching the races so closely at this venue, when the track is good like that, it plays pretty fair. Speed holds up, but horses can close from off the pace as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we saw that in the opener, right? There's no real jump on a bias as of yet, but we saw one come from off the pace in the opener, so we'll see what happens here.
All right, thanks, Rob. We'll catch up with you again prior to the third race. We've got the gate rolling for race 2. It is your last chance to move in and wager. Final opportunity to play the early pick 3. Field of 6 moving in and lining up there. He's a handyman with Modern Rider, Strong Enough, Kenny Joe, Livin' Large, and a Better Man on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off and blasting from post 6. It's a Better Man. Made quick work of the outside post, and he's on the front well before the first turn. It's a Better Man striding clear by 2 lengths. Coming away second was He's a Handyman. He's an anxious-looking second here in the opening 8, though. Third one is Modern Rider as they straighten up to the quarter pole. Strong Enough got away 4th. Then it's back to find Kenny Joe in the early trailer, Livin' Large. Field of 6, all with spots on the pylons as they arrive at the opening quarter. And up top, setting the early pace, is a Better Man. A Better Man put up the first fraction, 28 and 3. Tight pocket sitters, He's a Handyman. Big handful in third. That's Modern Rider. Kelly's going to keep him, though, to the inside. Kenny Joe will have to brave it first up. He's on the move from 4th. Livin' Large going to track that cover, and Strong Enough down to the inside is now trailing. 3 in, and now 3 moving up on the outside as they hit the half-mile pole. A Better Man on the inside now has company. Kenny Joe coming to call after a 59-3 opening half-mile. Big 31-second breather in that second quarter. It's a Better Man leading them to 5/8. Kenny Joe creeps closer. He's now to within a half length down on the inside. He's a Handyman's been tripping out. Livin' Large on good-looking cover. He's 4th, just a length and a half from the lead. Bottled up at the inside. That's Modern Rider, Strong Enough trailing, but only 4 from the lead. They arrive at 3/4, and the top 2 are now squaring off. 3/4, 128 and 2. A Better Man pressured through a 28 and 4 third quarter. Kenny Joe right up alongside and challenging, but still a neck away. Now sliding to the outside third. He's a Handyman's going to roll 3 wide as they turn for home. It's a Better Man on the inside. Kenny Joe. Modern Rider dives to the inside in tight quarters. He's a Handyman on the grandstand side, closing in. He's a Handyman reaching up. He's a Handyman hauls down a Better Man. It looked like Modern Rider third, 157 and 4. Top 4 finishers posted. Unofficially, 1, 6, 2, and 4. And the winner returning is number 1, He's a Handyman. 5-year-old bay son of Big Jim from the Camlock mare, Cassidy Sealster. Mark Horner of St. Mary's, the owner. Mike Horner, training and driving. Pacer with his first win of the season and 13th lifetime, 157-4. An off the pace win for number 1. He's a handyman. He's a handyman, returning $15.20. The 1-6 exactor worth $51.20. Dollar trifecta $72.65. The dollar superfecta $147.80. And the daily double 4 and 1. The winning numbers $57.40. Coming up next, race number 3, start of the early pick 4, $7,500 guaranteed pool. Field of 8 with no changes. Recapping the finish order from race 2, from the top down, 1, 3, 6, 4, 5, 2. Early pick 4 starting next. No changes, 5 minutes on the clock.
All right, 5 minutes away to race 3 here at the Raceway. Well, I'm 0 for 2 in that early pick 5 sequence, but the good news is, we can move on from that one and now play an early pick 4. Same low takeout, 50% guaranteed pool, $7,500. And, well, we're going to stay true to that pick 5 ticket, get those 2 first legs out of the way, and now we're singling here in race 3 with, we're going to say not our best bet of the night, more so a most probable winner or a, you could say a multi-leg single, because certainly not a best bet at 1 to 9, but the 3PL Porsche is one we're going to put all our eggs in her basket here in the opening leg. She was phenomenal last time on March 30th, and known as a 5,000 life, won by more than 13 lengths, moves up in class this time around, but certainly fits with this group and should run away and high on these if she races as well as she did last time. So singling her here in race 3, and then that's where we're going to spread out and look for some prices. I do think that the next few races are a little bit wide open. And in race 4, a trot race, we are going to go 4 deep with the 1, 3, 4, and 6. Our top pick is the 1, so Prize, also using the 3, Golden Compass, the 4, Junior, and the 6, Adicor Royal. And then in race 5, 5 deep with the inside 5. Number 5, Wilson Wall is my top selection on the race, coming off a vet scratch sick, but raced fantastic here on March the 15th to win first over and then held on over a better man who we just saw finish second. So Wilson Wall is my top selection, but going 5 deep in there with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we're going to finish it off in race 6 with 3 horses in a trot for condition claimers. The 1 I've got the Will, easy winner last time. The 2, Rhythm of the Night, and the 5, Run Like Hill. So that ticket will cost you $12 for 20 cents. And again, looking to just get the favorite here in the opening leg at right now 1-9 on the board here in this early pick 4 sequence. That's the 3 PL Porsche. Again, low takeout, 50%, guaranteed pool, $7,500. Get your wagers in. Just 3 minutes away until the horse will be making their way out onto the track. And Greg and I will come back after the post break, take a closer look at this opening leg of the early pick 4.
Getting a look there at live money remaining in the early pick 5 tonight. The pool more than $25,000, $653 of live money remaining after a mild upset there in race number 2. 6-1 on He's a Handyman. Heavily favored in here, PL Porsche 1-9. That's Rob's play of the night, as mentioned. One that he's looking to single. He had her singled in the pick 5 and looking to single that one to start off the pick 4. So it's pretty simple. If someone is able to upend the heavy favorite here, that is really going to bolster, of course, the early pick 4, but the pick 5 suddenly will turn into a jackpot type payout after a 6-1 winner there in leg 2. So we'll see if PL Porsche can live up to the 1-5 billing one that got some good seasoning at Mohawk Park in October in the Harvest Series. Didn't have much luck there in the 2 legs, but appreciated, I'm sure, the level of competition and the experience, and has really come back as a different horse here in London after a huge qualifying win, followed up with a dominant victory on an off-track last time out. Post 3 for her tonight, and she sits at 1-5. We'll meet the field for the 3rd coming up momentarily. Again, it does start the early pick 4, and it is a $7,500 guaranteed pool in that wager tonight. Give you a quick pool update on the early pick 4, already just shy of $6,000. So expecting a pool probably in the $15,000 range when we go to post. And again, want to thank the players who were involved in the early pick 5 tonight with that pool north of $25,000. Here are the horses and drivers for the 3rd. Number 1 is Noir. Jason Ryan doing the driving for Brianna Ackenstein. 2 is Dixie by Emma. Colleen Lamarche, the owner. Sylvain Lacaille drives. Number 3, PL Porsche. Lauren House in the bike for Ryan Clements and Princely Acres. 4, Scarlet Dragon, Colin Kelly, driving for Stephen Palermo. 5, Dustin's Girl, owned by Len Gamble, driven by Travis Henry. Time waits on no one. 6, Catherine McClure and Ruth Hasty share the ownership. Tyler Borth with the drive. 7 is Panning for Treasure, owned by Mark Cadman, driven by Garrett Rooney. And the 8 is Remedy, Travis Cullen in the bike for William Ham. That is the field of 8 here in race number 3 as we kick off the early pick 4 wager. 1-9, holding his favorite PL Porsche. Rob will bring you back in here, and I don't know if you have much insight into this or not, but you talked to Ryan a little bit. The experience at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And badly beaten in the second leg of the Harvest Series, but obviously, took something away from those races because after some substantial time off, has come back as kind of a different horse here, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. She looked really good qualifying too on March the 24th, and that was kind of a key indicator, I think, to her performance last time. And sometimes horses, they just, you kind of let them get that experience at 2. And then when they get a little break, they come back, even better at 3. And I thought the last performance from PL Porsche was fantastic. I know Ryan Clements is probably hoping I stop talking her up because he probably thinks I jinxed him earlier on when he lost his win streak that he had rolling there. But PL Porsche, I think, is clearly the one to beat in here. And I mean, she's everyone's free spot on the bingo square tonight. Best bet designation, more of a most probable winner or a multi-leg single for me. I just thought she was one that you could kind of circle and kind of hang your hat on.
You're right. And, in fairness, it really was the only one bad start October 25th at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Even the start prior in the first leg of the series, pretty competitive effort, was charted in 55 and change after winning here in 59. With the subpar performance, maybe some sickness or injury, something like that. But again, given some time off and has come back gangbusters. That qualifier was a head turner, and then equally impressive on the off track last time out. Certainly like the body language of this one. Looks sharp, but but relaxed at the same time. That's, to me, the kind of body language you like to see out there. Dixie Bayama's a little bit intriguing, one that's going to leave just inside of her. And the last time we saw her here in London in October, she was a winner. Not as dominant, certainly, but has come back and turned in a pretty good qualifier of her own at Flamborough Downs.
Yeah, against a decent bunch there too. Côte d'Azur and Miss Motivate's actually in at Mohawk Park on Thursday. So Dixie Bayama right now, I think definitely flying under the radar here at 21-1. You look at that, was a nice winner here at the Raceway in the same class that PL Porsche just dominated last time, of course, back in October, but a decent enough, 2-year-old campaign. I mean, hitting the board with frequency and an 8 starts. So Dixie Bayama, one that, might need a start or two, but one you can certainly use underneath at 20-1.
And we saw a horse capitalize on post 1 in that second race. We talked about he's a handyman, and, he got away just a little bit closer to the pace this week, and that was the difference. Was able to sit in for much longer and just outsprint them late. Noir, post 1 for this one. But we've talked about this one a few times in the last few weeks. An improving mare, but what's noticeable is that apparent lack of early speed. Or we haven't seen it to this point. Might we see something a little bit more tonight from post 1?
I think you hit the nail on the head with he's a handyman. There just wasn't a lot of speed in that race, and that's what allowed him to push out to get away in the 2-hole, which obviously proved to be critical for him getting the job done in there. And Noir might be one that's similar because you look at all the posts that she's drawn. She's got a lot of 6s and even a 5 last time. Maybe she gets away better than what she's been doing because, she leaves herself with a lot of work to do. No question this mare is talented, but just not a recipe for success here at the Raceway, typically speaking. So I think she can get away better tonight, and I think she's a prime candidate to land underneath the PL Porsche.
Right, it's going to be another nice pick 4 pool, almost $9,000 currently as we get down to the final moments of wagering time here. So, as you know, Rob, that late money always seems to flow in, and I would expect we'll see 15,000 or maybe even north of that by the time the windows close here. The pool size has been great, right? 25K in the early pick 5 again tonight, and that's what the players want to see, right?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Big pools, low takeout and sequences that are challenging. Yes, we've got a 1-9 shot here, but we had a couple of decent, price winners to start us off here. So right now, if you are alive, even if you're singled on the PL portion, you need that one, you're still looking at a handsome payout.
All right, it's your last chance. If you're playing the pick 4 tonight, the early pick 4, starting gate is rolling. Field of 8 moving in, lining up. Noir with Dixie Bayama, PL Porsche, Scarlet Dragon, Dustin's Girl. Time waits on no one, panning for Treasure, and from the back tier, that's Remedy. Field for the 3rd at the top of the stretch. Gate swings off the turn, and here they come. And they're off. Dixie Bayama is the first one off the wings, right up alongside to challenge early's PL Porsche. That's your top pair as they square off into the opening turn. PL Porsche on the outside, working her way to the front and will clear right at the 8th pole. Dixie Bayama rewarded with a pocket trip now in the early going, and Noir gets away in a good spot. She's 3rd, gapped out by 2 or 3 here in the early stages, followed up by Remedy in the top 4. 5th one away is Scarlet Dragon. Then 6th in the backfield comes Dustin's Girl. The back markers. Time waits on no one. And panning for Treasure can see them all is about 15 off for the lead here as they move over to 3/8. Opening quarter 29-3. Compliments of PL Porsche. The daughter of Sunshine Beach opening up to 2 now as they wheel off the turn. Noir went off stride. Noir made a break, was taken to the safety lane. Rest of the field out around that one. They're halfway home. PL Porsche and Lauren House dictating the tempo. They put up the half in a minute flat and go unchallenged to the lower turn. They stretch the lead to 2.5. Dixie Bayama is 2nd, taking over 3rd in the second quarter with Scarlet Dragon. Back out and on the move now with 3/8 to go. Inside 4th under some tip-tap urging is Remedy. Out there between pacers, Dustin's Girl. 3 wide from the back. Here comes panning for Treasure. They roll up to 3/4, and it's PL Porsche in command. She opens to 4 and strides clear at 3/4 in 1:29 flat, kicked out at 29 second, 3rd quarter. Dixie Bayama is a clear second. Scarlet Dragon hanging around in 3rd. 4th inside to Remedy as the field turns for home. And with the lead, PL Porsche, that lead has suddenly evaporated. Dixie Bayama got much closer in 2nd. PL Porsche handled perhaps a little bit greenly on the final turn, but she's hitting her best stride now and paces away again late under tight lines at the wire. Dixie Bayama was 2nd, 3rd Scarlet Dragon, and 4th went to Panning for Treasure. PL Porsche 158 and 4. There's a look at the top 4 finish order. 3-2-4-7. 3-2-4-7, your top 4. That result still unofficial. And tonight's pick 4 pool, just north of $15,000. Heavily favored PL Porsche to kick it off. Here's a look at the filly returning into the winner's enclosure. PL Porsche's a daughter, 3-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach. From the Sports Rider mare, PL Karis, owned by Ryan Clements, along with Princely Acres. Lauren House does both the training and the driving. Filly has now won 2 in a row here in London, her 3rd lifetime, and lowers her lifetime mark. And did it pretty easily once again. 158 and 4 for PL Porsche, victorious in tonight's 3rd. And the prices are up. PL Porsche 210, a popular winner. The 3-2 exacta $11.80. Dollar trifecta $33.15. Dollar superfecta $292.75. 20 center at just shy of $59. Not a bad return. Not bad exotic returns here with a 210 winner in PL Porsche. Delivers as expected here in the start of the early pick 4. Up next is race 4. We're on the trot. Scratch 5, Riddle Me Miss. And a shoeing change up front for the 6 Adicore Royal from aluminum to a set of steel shoes. Recapping the finish order from that third race, top down 8, 2, 1, 3, 6, 7, 4, and 5. Just over 7 minutes away from the upcoming fourth race, where the 5 Riddle Me Miss is scratched. Shoeing change up front, aluminum to steel for 6, Addie Cora Royal.
To the wire. Hot Mess Express digging in, fighting back. Hot Mess Express. Hop on board.
Hanover from in fourth. Deep Stretch, Hot Mess Express, Scarlet Hanover, then Game of Shadows, and Mackie Hanover. It is Hot Mess Express bouncing back in a big way to win the first.
Getting our first look at the live money in the early pick 4 pool, not surprisingly. The bulk of that $15,080 pick 4 pool still live. A little over $11,700 remaining. After PL Porsche did what everybody thought she would do, and that was win rather easily in that third race. Field of trotters coming up here next to scratch down to a field of 6. Just over 2 minutes until post time. Here are the horses and drivers for the fourth race. Number 1, Surprise, owned by Howard Kaufman, Bryn Mawr, and Joshua Kaufman. The driver, Mark Goddard. Vimy Ridge Venus, number 2. Paul Mazzetti and Steve Loughran share the ownership. The drivers, Austin Sorey. 3's Golden Compass, Blair Burgess on board for Karen Olsen Burgess and Sterling Fisher. Number 4, Junior, Tyler Borth in the bike for Dennis Duford. 5 was scratched. 6 is Anticor Royal, Triple S Equine, the owners, the driver Brett McDonald. And completing the field is number 7, Spicy Victor. Ernest Party owns Nathan Sobey. will steer. Down to a field of 6 on the trot here for the 4th race. Exacta Tri Superfecta wagering offered up. Even money on number 3, Golden Compass. And here's one that I thought made a really nice recovery last time out, Rob. I'm sure you got to see that race. Was actually trying to leave a little bit, and I think a horse broke down inside of this one, pushed him wide, and just couldn't negotiate the first turn. But a really nice recovery. Solid runner-up to the veteran Azukar, who kind of had it to himself. So really did everything he could do under the circumstances, and I think if he minds his manners tonight, he's the horse to beat. What do you think?
I think the Golden Compass has a big chance. Yeah, I would agree that one of the ones to beat in here last time. A little bit unlucky, but still raced well to be second. Looks good on the track right now. 8-5, better value than my top pick, the one Surprise. Again, I think it's really those two for me as the ones you have to look at. But the problem for me with this race, Greg, is that we've got trotters that aren't the most consistent bunch, and that's why I did spread out and add a couple of other ones into the mix.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? I think Golden Compass, if he minds his manners, as good as he was last time out, should definitely be the horse to beat in here. Surprise, I agree. I think at times has looked good, but she hasn't been right at the top of her game in the last couple of starts, or so it seems, but does get the benefit of post 1 here. Junior's one that, may be deceptively good in here. You look at those lines finishing 2nd and 3rd, a few lines down the page, trotting in 2 minutes, 2:01 here, right through the heart of the winter season. Those are pretty big miles over this track at that time of year.
It is, and I mean, it's a substantial drop down in class. I mean, you look at the horses that Junior's been racing against; they'd all look pretty good in here, wouldn't they? Spun for Magic, Irish Thunder, Timel Houdini, Zach to the Max. So Junior's one that I've kind of been tabbing underneath quite a bit ever since Tyler Borth has kind of jumped aboard this one earlier in the season, and I think he gets along well with him, and this looks like the first spot that I'd say that you can actually say this horse has a chance to maybe actually get his picture taken in some time. Again, I do think that you look at it and say that the 1 and 3 on paper and in the replays I'd say are the ones to beat, but Junior for me is just a little bit below them and right now taking a lot of support down to 2-1.
Yeah, and the attention really focused on 3 horses in here, the 1, the 3, and the 4, and I think understandably so. The other one that I would give an outside chance to, depending on how things unfold, would be Vimy Ridge Venus. Just 1 for 23 last year, hasn't been able to win this year. But last time out in the same race with Azukar, Golden Compass followed in, was 3rd. I think would need a bit of help here. Would probably need 1 or 2 of the others to make a mistake, that type of thing. But that can happen in a race like this. There's no question. In terms of the pick 5 pool, though, this is a race that could really make or break the eventual price. $458, I think, of live money, or $658, I should say, from a $25,000 pool. So yeah, if you get anything outside of the 2 favorites in here, you could greatly enhance the potential price in the last leg.
Oh, definitely. I think we'll probably see the 1 and 3 are probably used somewhat evenly in the tickets that are remaining, and then everyone else is kind of just, I would say, mixed in or scattered in. Maybe even a little more to the 4 Junior. Maybe even the 6 Adicor Royal. But I think you're right. If you get the 1 or the 3 beat here, you're going to see some monstrous payouts in the final leg. But either way, you're going to lose more than half the pool, I would think, with anyone who wins this race, because while they are both 6-5 on the board right now, I don't know if they'd be as definitive in that multi-leg wager.
I know one thing we've talked about before, and you love at this time of year when you get a really nice night. The track is now spot on. It was only a couple of weeks back we were battling with frost coming out of the track after the winter freeze. That's behind us. Track now in excellent condition, and it is picture perfect tonight. A little bit of wind we had's died down. The flags are totally still now in the infield, so it really does make it an even playing field, right? And when we handicap these horses in advance, you're kind of presuming you're going to be playing under these kinds of conditions.
It's true. I mean, when we are, putting our selections in ahead of time, we don't have any idea what the track bias might be. So the assumption is, I mean, I lean towards speed anyways, whether it be the Horse Players Journal here. John Campbell once said good things happen when you leave. So I'm always going to look towards horses that are forwardly placed, but you're right. It is nice when a track's playing fair where you don't look at your selections and say, oh my God, I'm completely against the bias in my picks and it's going to be a long night.
Absolutely. All right, let's see how this unfolds. Even money holding his favorite Golden Compass. Post 3 for Blair Burgess. Last chance to wager on the 4th. Trotters are moving in and lining up. We've got Surprise with Vimy Ridge Venus, Golden Compass, Junior, Adicor Royal, and Spicy Victor on the outside of the gate. Field of 6 trotters for tonight's 4th race, top of the stretch. Gate swings off the turn, and here they come. They're off and trotting. Surprise is chased along the inside. Golden Compass flashing speed will now eye up the 2-hole as they trot into the first turn. Coming away third along the inside, Vimy Ridge Venus. Backed off to 4th goes Junior. 5th early on is Adicor Royal, Spicy Victor, the early trailer in the field of 6. They straighten up and trot toward the opening quarter. Surprise and Mark Goddard are on the point here and leading it by a length and a half. Golden Compass tracks second. Right there third, Vimy Ridge Venus. Junior studies the top trio from back there in 4th. Through a 29 and a 3 opening quarter. And continuing to travel in 5th, Adicor Royal. Still trailing in 6th is Spicy Victor. It's a trotting 6-pack, moving by 3/8, and they've got Surprise showing the way. The lead now out to a length and a half. Golden Compass is second. Traveling right there in the top 3. As they approach the half-mile pole, Vimy Ridge Venus first to move out of the backfield. There goes Adicor Royal out and driving. Takes over 4th. 5th inside. Junior has a handful there as they trot the lower turn. And trailing, Spicy Victor. Halfway home in a minute and 3/5. They trot over to 5/8 and they're chasing Surprise. Golden Compass has been drafting all the way in the pocket. Adicor Royal makes it to 3rd. Vimy Ridge Venus is a ground-saving 4th as they near that 3rd marker. Racing 5th, Junior and Spicy Victor still trailing. Surprise, still the boss as they trot by 3/4. Golden Compass tracking all the way in the pocket, but it's going to need some racing room. Adicor Royals keeping that one pinned down to the inside on that final turn. Traveling in the 4th position, Vimy Ridge Venus, 3/4 and 131. And the field turns for home. Surprise the one to catch. Out for the drive. Here comes Golden Compass. Surprise, Golden Compass, Surprise. They are sprinting. Golden Compass outside. Tried to get there. Surprise drifted out into about the 4-path at the end and trotted right with that one to the finish. Back in 3rd, it's close in 2 minutes and 3/5. In the win photograph, it's number 3, Golden Compass. 3, 1, 2, 6, your top 4. And here's a look at the fourth race winner returning, number 3, Golden Compass. 4-year-old bay-gelded son of Sebastian K. From the Broadway Hall mare, Letty Angel. Karen Olsen Burgess, along with Sterling Fisher, co-own. Blair Burgess training and driving. Gelding's first win this year and 4th lifetime. 2 minutes, 3/5. Good trotting trip over the oval tonight for number 3, Golden Compass. A $3.40 winner. The exacta combination returning $6.60. The dollar try $13.60. Dollar superfecta $39.35. Coming up next, race 5. Fifth race is the first super high 5 opportunity of the night. Full field of 8 to go postward with no changes. Reviewing the finish order from race number 4, top down, 2, 3, 1, 5 scratched, 4 and 6 on the bottom. Nine minutes on the clock for the upcoming 5th race. It's a super high 5 contest, and it will wrap up tonight's early pick 5 play. Good luck if you're still going, and we will have a look at those will pays coming up shortly. Just had a look at the pick 5 Will Pays a few moments ago. Decent returns coming back with a pair of very heavy favorites winning in legs 3 and 4. And there's a look at the live money in that early pick 4 pool as well. About 1/3 of the initial pool of $15,080 remains alive, $47.82 to be exact. As we move on to the third leg coming up next. Again, a full field of 8. It's a super high 5 event as well. Just over 1 minute now until post time. Here's the field for tonight's 5th. Number 1, Read the Proposal. Rick Wade, Linda Grummett, the owners. Driver Scott Ray. Number 2, For Kevin's Sake. Teresa Credialius, Dr. Joshua Tanis, and Louis Ferdinandi, the owners. Travis Cullen drives. 3, Mr. Cheeseman, Don Douglas owns. Lauren House in the bike. Number 4 is the Lone Ranger, Donald and Heather McGregor, the owners. Garrett Rooney drives. 5, Wilson Wall, Tyler Borth on board for Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. 6, Cranky's Boy, Rick Edwards owns and trains. Drivers Jason Ryan. Number 7, Fear the Shadow, Austin Sorey on board for Harry Martin. And the 8 is Brock's Fortune, Taylor Fritz, shares ownership with the driver Brett McDonald. That's your field of 8 for the 5th race. It's a super high 5 event, your first of 2 super high 5s on the night. And the anchor leg in the early pick 5 wager. We join Rob Reed Jr. once again in this spot. Rob, the pick 5 returns, not that bad really, considering how prohibitive the last 2 favorites have been.
Yeah, they are paying quite well, all things considered. And you look top to bottom right now, this race, very evenly on the odds board, but there's a few horses that are paying substantially less than the pick 5. So there's some serious value out there right now, especially one like Wilson Wall, $138 almost for 20 cents. 3-1 on the board and looking fantastic on the track right now.
Yeah, I love the look of the horse. Scratched vet sick from that March 22nd scheduled appearance. That's always a bit of a cause for concern. But, back, after not much of an absence here and looks very good. Caught him warming up earlier and looked excellent in that regard as well. And you and I in agreement. That's our top pick in this spot. And we'll see if Tyler Borth can get his first win of the night. We know the season Tyler's been having maybe hasn't been quite as red hot of late, but I think he's got a big chance to get his first win of the night here.
I think so. The last start from this one on March 15th, albeit, was a good one. I mean, got away third. I thought he'd be on top on that occasion because of the early speed kind of that was presented off the gate. Ended up third, came first over, battled a long way, got to the lead, then held off, another rival. So I really thought that, Wilson Wall is one that you've got to respect in here, even off that best scratch sick. And, even with post 5, this horse does have early foot off the switch. I think we'll see him forwardly placed and taking all kinds of support right now down to 2-1. So definitely the value on Wilson Wall was in that pick 5.
Let's look at Tony Elliott's selection next, Mr. Cheeseman. Post relief should be a big factor for this guy, and he's going to have to try and take advantage of it, and hasn't been able to hit the board in recent starts. You've got to go 4 lines back, but the horse was able to win impressively on that night.
Yeah, I think Mr. Cheeseman, again, the post relief, should help. I'm just not sure how, you look at non-winners of 4, non-winners of 3, how it stacks up against this group. There's some horses in here that I think, would be, would look pretty good in those spots and maybe be able to perform pretty well. And this one, was kind of, struggling a little bit against those groups. So I think 5-1 is probably a fair price on Mr. Cheeseman. And I've got him picked for 5th. So I think he can definitely be in the super high 5 mix, but I'm not sure I'd have him as a win candidate.
Veteran Lone Ranger, this guy, Rob, he's been one of my favorites over the years at this oval, a hard-hitting type, and it's actually disappointing to see him not find the winner's circle yet this season. I'm surprised he's 0-13. He's better than that record, and his recent form hasn't been that bad. I think this is the type of spot where he could try and seize control. He's got more gate speed than he's been showing as well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and use it here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Lone Ranger to me is, one of the hardest working horses that I've seen, on this circuit and beyond. And, he did try a pop-up series at Mohawk Park with a little bit of success there. He did hit the board in one of those events. And I think that, looking at this field top to bottom, you don't really see a Let's Get Pickled or Herbie Hanover or Yacht Sealster. So I do think this is kind of maybe a more palatable group for him. So I do have him right there in the finish here, and think 9-2 is a solid price.
And our friends at Ontario Racing, they're going out on a limb here. They're going price shopping onto the 7, Fear the Shadow. What do you make of that? I guess if you were going to really look for the positive, that last race was better than we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is. And for me, I see a big goose egg over the last couple seasons. That's my big, the one deterrent for me on Fear the Shadow. But, listen, Melissa Keith's been doing a great job, finding prices. And in a race where I was going 5 deep, Fear the Shadow is not one of them. But I obviously think it's a wide open event, so I'll never, begrudge anyone for taking a shot at a big price. And 18-1 right now on Fear the Shadow, might be one that, is flying under the radar.
Yeah, that's a very good point. A lot of on-the-board finishes, too, and you get Austin Sorry. It's going to help your chances as well. So here we go, race 5, first super high 5 event of the night. Good-looking field of 8 lining up. Read the Proposal, along with For Kevin's Sake, Mr. Cheeseman, The Lone Ranger, Wilson Wall, Cranky's Boy, Fear the Shadow, and Brock's Fortune from the trailing post 8. 5th race field, top of the stretch. Here they come. They're often pacing, and 5 of them in a firing line. First call goes to Mr. Cheeseman, but pushing out from that inside position is Read the Proposal. Read the Proposal inside, Mr. Cheeseman outside. They tussle through the opening turn. Heads apart past the opening 8th. Coming away 3rd, For Kevin's Sake, up into the top 4, Brock's Fortune. Landing a seat 5th was the Lone Ranger. Back in 6th, Wilson Wall, followed up by Cranky's Boy. And at the back of the field, Fear the Shadow. Winning that early battle, Mr. Cheeseman took over right before that opening quarter, 27-1, quickest of the night. Back in second, Read the Proposal, and the backfield's anxious to get rolling. Sitting third for Kevin's sake, he's bottled up and wants to come to the outside, and there he goes to start the outer flow. Picking up that cover is going to be the Lone Ranger. Down on the inside, Brock's Fortune now third over. There goes Wilson Wall, followed out there by Fear the Shadow and Cranky's Boys last on the inside. They pair up with just over 3/8 to go. Half in a testy 57-4. Mr. Cheeseman on the inside for Kevin's sake coming to call. He's a neck away. Read the Proposal third. Getting a perfect toe up into it fourth. That is the Lone Ranger, and he's having a peek 3 wide. There he goes right now. The Lone Ranger is going to take his shot in the third quarter. Trying to keep up to cover is Wilson Wall. Fear the Shadow and Cranky's Boy starting up in the backfield. Brock's Fortune needs room. In the meantime, sweeping to the front was the Lone Ranger. 3/4 in 1, 27 flat, and the Lone Ranger grabs 3 at the top of the stretch, and he looks like he's long gone here. Back in second spot, that's Mr. Cheeseman. For Kevin's sake, third, way out wide coming on. That is Wilson Wall. They're in deep stretch, and they're not going to catch the Lone Ranger. Steps away by 5 at the end. Mr. Cheeseman held second. Read the Proposal tried to hold third over Wilson Wall, 156 flat. Top 5 finishers posted. It's a 4-3-1-5-8. Top 5 finish order. Number 4, the Lone Ranger, returning as tonight's 5th race winner. He's a 9-year-old gelded son of Up the Credit from the modern art mare Mystical Sealster. Co-owned by Donald and Heather McGregor. Peter Core training, Garrett Rooney driving. Gelding picking up his first win this season. 32nd career win for the winner of more than $230,000. Stops the clock at 156. To top off our super high 5 wager, first of the night, a $6.50 winner. The 4-3 exactor paid $22.30. Dollar trifecta $66.20. The super high 5 $1 ticket $1,040.50. 20 center at $208.10. 20 cent pick 5. $79 for that 20 cent combination. You'll have a second pick 5 opportunity coming up a little bit later tonight, starting over in race 7. 6th race coming up next. Back on the trot, field of 6 to go postward with no program changes. Introducing the horses and drivers for race number 6. Number 1, I've Got the Will. Tyler Moore driving for Jim Expo Racing Stable. Number 2, Rhythm of the Night, Paul Davies. In the driver's seat, shares ownership with Nicole Davies and Glenn Pinnell. Eyes of Justice, number 3, Colin Kelly driving for Doug Hastings. For Will Parade last. Next out is number 5, Run Like Hill. Francis Guillemette, the owner. Samuel Filion drives. Next out is the 4, Atlanta Express. Anthony Hahn driving for Gary Brown. And number 6 is Fortune Tellers K, Donnie Rankin Jr. Ralph McKinley and Mike Leeming all share in the ownership. Donnie to do the driving. 6 trotters to go postward here in race number 6. Exacta, Try, and Superfecta wagering offered up. And the even money top choice, I've Got the Will, number 1. This is the wrap-up leg of the early pick 4. Rob, I meant to ask you, I don't have my papers in front of me. Are you still alive on your pick 4 play?
Still alive, but battling to break even. Battling to break even, Greg. Yeah.
Hey, it's better than nothing. Let's
it's
hope.
True. It's better than
how many chances here? How many chances in the last leg?
Well, the 1, 2, and 5, and yeah, I think that this is a pretty contentious race between those 3, really, and the best result would be the 2, Rhythm of the Night. That would almost get us our money back. The 5, Run Like Hill, almost gets us there as well. Obviously, I've Got the Will would be tougher pill to swallow, paying just under $6 for 20 cents at 4 to 5 right now.
Yeah, it's a 6-horse field, but a pretty competitive one. I think 4 to 5 is an over bet. I don't see any 4 to 5s on paper here, in my opinion, anyway. So yeah, if you're going to get a short field, it's good to see that they're pretty competitive and fairly evenly matched. I've Got the Will did put things together here last time out, and I mean in a big way. An 8-length winner on that occasion, and that was the conditioned claiming route. I just think this is a better group overall that he's meeting. What do you think?
I would agree with that. I think that same class, but it is a tougher group, and Run Like Hill was actually scratched out of that contest and would have likely taken a lot of support on that occasion. So you look at it tonight, I don't think they would have been even money in 7 to 2 on March 29th. And that's why I went in the direction of Run Like Hill. Since this one got claimed by Current Connections, only had 1 start. It was in the bottom condition over at Mohawk Park, and didn't really have much of a chance in the 9 hole after getting away 8th, and a little bit of a lackluster finish to that race. But now back to the level where he was an impressive winner on March 15th. So 7 to 2 on the board, Run Like Hill. To me, that's the value. One of the better prices in obviously the pick 4 finale as well. But for me, if it comes down to those 2 numbers, 4 to 5 or 7 to 2, I'm going to definitely go in the direction of Run Like Hill 7 to 2.
And let's talk about number 2, Rhythm of the Night, the other one getting a fair bit of tote support. The wins really jump out for me. A win at Freehold in New Jersey just prior to shipping north of the border, and has now hit the winner's circle a couple of times here. So in a field like this, you like to see ones that have been able to get their picture taken with some degree of regularity.
Yeah, and recency too. You hit the nail on the head. I mean, he's got 2 wins. She's got 2 wins in her last 3, and both those come in the straight now winners at 2. So I like the aggressive move now to tag this one at a condition claimer, and I always will gravitate towards those type of horses, right? Open now winners to 2 company now, and against the condition claiming group for now winners of 40,000 life. So you have to like her chances. I was just wondering how this one kind of plays out, and if she can get away, with the lead or in the 2 hole, I think that obviously has her stock rising in here. It just depends if that's the way it pans out.
Paul Davies Training Driving co-owns, Paul and Nicole Davies, and they've got a nice little stable racing here. We got to talk to Paul last week after a win here with one of his horses, and it was nice to chat with him. And of course, when we talk Paul and Nicole, you immediately think of Desperate Man, and our colleagues at Costa TV were out to get some footage of him there a couple of days ago, and by all accounts, the photos we saw of him, he looks fantastic and apparently right on track for the 4-year-old campaign. So how exciting is that going to be to see the likes of him and Bulldog, Hanover, Lala Shadow, and we're only talking the Ontario contingent coming back into action this season.
It's always nice when we do get to see those types come back at 4, right? I mean, in the current state of racing, that doesn't always happen. But those horses, they left it all on the track last year, especially, in the OSS division. And Desperate Man always rose to the occasion, right? He won all the big ones, and it was a horse that was just a great story behind him as well. So I can't wait to see him. Hey, did you get a chance to go to the big party they had?
No, I didn't. But that's one of my regrets, though, because I'm sure that was a great time.
For sure.
Great ownership group, and a lot of excitement, of course, around the season he had. And I would say, I don't think it's a stretch to say that might have been the best 3-year-old crop of Ontario sired colts that we saw last year, and they're all expected back this year. And Confed Cup will be one of the big early targets, and of course we'll have that for you on Costa TV this year as well. They're lining up for race 6. We're on the trot here as we hit the midway point of the Tuesday program. It's I've Got the Will with Rhythm of the Night, Eyes of Justice, Atlanta Express, Run Like Hill, and Fortune Teller's K on the outside. Field of 6, top of the stretch. Gapped off start for number 6, Fortune Teller's K. And they're off. Sluggish beginning at the inside for I've Got the Will. Flying start for Rhythm of the Night. Straight to the lead here as they round that first turn. Rhythm of the Night takes them up to the 8th, but jumped it off. A break in stride for Rhythm of the Night and taken to the safety lane. So inheriting the lead is going to be Eyes of Justice. Striding clear by 3 lengths en route to that opening quarter. Atlanta Express now comes away second, settling into third. That is Run Like Hill as they arrive at the quarter pole, just up in front of I've Got the Will. Fortune Teller's K came away 5th, resetting but plummeting to last was Rhythm of the Night, who's about 10 from the lead. 29-3 the opening quarter. He fired up Eyes of Justice loose on the lead. Clear by 4 lengths as they wheel off the turn. Back in second position continues to be Atlanta Express as they trot past the half-mile pole, and that's going to bring Run Like Hill to the outside from third. Following that move is I've Got the Will. Fortune Teller's K stays toward the inside 5th, and the trailer as they trot that lower turn. Rhythm of the Night, half in a minute flat. Trotting to the backstretch, second and final time. They're trying to catch Eyes of Justice, still out there by 3. Picking up second now as they race toward 3/4. Run Like Hill, trying to reel in that tempo setter. Unable to keep up in third and dropping back along the insides. Atlanta Express, I've Got the Will, takes over third. Still has 4 lengths to try and make up on the leader though. 129-3 for 3/4. Eyes of Justice going a big one. Kicked out a 29-3 third quarter, but has not been able to shake the pursuers who are now closing in. Here comes Run Like Hill with dead aim, and Run Like Hill suddenly right up alongside. Eyes of Justice trying to find a little bit more. Run Like Hill, Eyes of Justice, Run Like Hill reaching up. Run Like Hill hauls down Eyes of Justice right on the money. I've Got the Will was third, close for 4th, maybe Atlanta Express. 2 minutes and 4/5. And here's a look at the winner returning, number 5, Run Like Hill. 5-year-old gelded son of Muscle Hill. From the Cadabra mare, Smarty Pants, Francis Guillemette of Guelph owns and trains. Samuel Filion is in the driver's seat for the win. It's the 4th victory this season and 6th lifetime, 2 minutes and 4/5 for number 5, Run Like Hill. Sent off as the slight favorite in the wagering, 6-5 odds. Returns $4.60 to win. 5-3 exactor, $26.50. The dollar trifecta, $43.30, and the dollar superfecta worth $89.20. And in the pick 4, tonight's early pick 4 dollar ticket, $50.85. Next up, race 7, where we start the late pick 5, $7,500 guaranteed pool, field of 7 with no changes. There's a look at the complete finish order from back in race 6, top down, 3, 6, 2, 4, 1, and 5. Again, late pick 5 coming up in just over 5 minutes. Rob will be by momentarily with a look at his late pick 5 play.
Run Like Hill getting the job done in race number 6. Give us a little bit of a confidence boost anyways, and on top winner for yours truly there. And hopefully we'll have some better luck in the second half of the card. And it gets started here in race number 7. And the start of the late pick 5 wager, low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool at $7,500. And we're going to go with a couple of singles and do something I don't usually do. And, I don't like taking alls. I like to try to maximize our equity in these sequences. But I'll be honest, I thought this opening leg in race 7 of this late pick 5 was nearly impossible. I really thought it was a difficult race from top to bottom. I don't think the margin between the best horse and the worst horse is very much. So I did take an all here. I used all 7 of them. And what allowed me to do that was I win a couple of singles in races 8 and 9. And if you're going to single, it might as well be from the horses from the pole position on a half-mile surface. So I think A Positive Hanover in race 8 is one that gets down to a level now where he should be able to go all the way on the engine. 3 back from post 7, wins to the lead of known winners of 2000 last 3. Got a little bit tired late, finished 3rd, but this time around I think he can do it all the way on the front. So he's a single for me in race 8. Race 9, known winners of 5,000 last 3. I think Homie Joe is one that you can put all your eggs in his basket. He works from the pole position. He had that last time, but a preferred 2 and 3 handicap. It kind of didn't really have much of an opportunity on that occasion, and I think gets to more of a palatable group. Was a winner last time he raced in this class. So I'm going to go with a couple of ones in races 8 and 9 as singles, hoping for a price here in the opening leg. And then in race 10, spreading out with the 1, 2, 4, and 6, another race that I think is pretty contentious on paper. YS Delight is going to be my top selection in there. I thought he's been racing fantastic, and he's got back-to-back wins coming into this. Has to work from the outermost post in the contest. Interesting one with the 2, You Chase Him, I Kiss Him. One that does move to the barn of Kyle Bossens, and one that was racing well at this level earlier on in March and in February. So I think You Chase Him, I Kiss Him is one that you have to take a look at in race 10 as well. We're going to go with the 1, 2, 4, and 6 in there. And then in the finale, just too deep. It's a contentious preferred event. I do just want to zero in on 2 horses, though. The 4, Alex Having Fun, one that I thought raced well last time to get beat only a half a length and does draw the better of many of the main contenders with post 4. And the 6, Quick Talkin', who was a winner on March 22nd, only won by a head, but it was more of a dominant victory than the line would indicate. And now, is one that, has had a lot of success on the half-mile surface, especially in the preferred ranks. And if you go further down the lines that are outside the program page, you'll see a lot of wins in against similar companies. So I think you need to have Quick Talking. It's my top selection of the race, and one that you have to have on the ticket. So that ticket right there for 20 cents will cost you $11.20. Again, doing something I don't usually do, and taking an all here in the opening leg of this sequence, just because I looked at this race from every direction and just could not feel comfortable even cutting it down to 3 or 4 horses. And when I got to 5, I said, you know what, I might as well use all 7. So $11.20 for that ticket. Again, race 7 starts the late pick 5, low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool, $7,500. The horse will be making their way out of the track in about a minute or so. Greg and I will come back and take a closer look at race 7 after the post break.
Here's the field for race number 7. 1 is Harry G. Jason Ryan driving for Christina Gillis. Royal Ship number 2, Colonel Schneider Jr., the owner, the driver Anthony Hahn. Prestige Sealster 3, Kyle Strike owns, Garrett Rooney in the bike. Number 4, Come On Barney, Diane Sylvester, the owner, Scott Young drives. 5 Betters Victory, Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman, the owners, Tyler Borth in the bike. 6 Jack of Clubs, Gary McDonald owns, Tyler Moore drives. Rounding out the field, the Free-Legged Pacer, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Sally Charlton, the owner, Travis Cullen, will steer. Full field of 7 here, all with spots on the starting gate as we start off the late pick 5. And the pool guaranteed at $7,500. We had a whopping $25,000 pool for the early pick 5. And Rob, interesting the way you played the ticket tonight. Yeah, it's a bit of a departure for you. And the all button here. And wouldn't you know it, you've got a 7-5 horse with the rail post here in Harry G. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, for me, honestly, this was a race, Craig. I don't know about you. I looked at this race from every direction. I watched the replays. I dug deep into the past performances, and I could not feel confident with anyone. I think this is a very contentious race, and maybe it's because, you see a couple horses that, should take support, like Harry G. And last time, yeah, he was first over into a fast clip, but, I don't know if he really should have, stopped the way that he did. So I looked at this race and said, you know what? I'm going to just take it all. I don't usually do that. It's a 7-horse field. I was going thin in the next 2 legs. So let me kind of take more horses here. And I think there's some horses that have a chance in this race that are really big prices right now. So I'm not feeling bad about my decision.
Yeah, again, another one of those examples where had the rail but couldn't take advantage. Getting away third, some argue that on a half-mile track that's the worst place to be because you've got to make that decision to come first over or stay in and take your chances. And coming first up didn't work out. So I think Jason will try and be more aggressive tonight. I think he'll try and control the pace, but hey, bottom line is he got beat at the same level last time from the same post. So you're right. At 4-5, that's certainly risky. And then toward the outside of the gate, Mr. Mock Jimmy, he was the benefactor last time. You knew at the half that race was setting up beautifully for him. Probably going to have to get something similar tonight. Just inside of him, though, Jack of Clubs, there's a horse we've watched week in, week out. I know you like the horse. I do too. But boy, it was a long time between victories, and he finally broke out 2 back, and I really liked the follow-up effort last time.
Yeah, you got to like it. It was a dominating score in the front end. Not something you usually see from, Jack of Clubs. Yeah, he's gone to the front before, but one that, I think he doesn't necessarily like passing horses, so his best way to victory is to be on the lead. Came back last time and made a nice move from out of it and actually forged to the lead briefly before, of course, Mr. Mock Jimmy blew past them all on the stretch. So I thought it was a decent enough effort that he merits more respect than 25-1. That's just a wild price on him tonight, Greg.
And Come On Barney, intriguing. Raced in the pop-up. He did okay. Made a pretty good account of himself there at Mohawk Park. Just in a little bit too tough here in Preferred 2 and Preferred 3. Big drop last week, and he did exactly what you would expect. He didn't just win, he dominated. So, yeah, I don't even think you can toss him out of the win mix here at 9-1.
He's my top selection in the race. And if I'm going to take it all, I certainly can't be on, the 1 at 8-5 or the 2, Royal Ship at 6-5 as my top selection. I have Royal Ship second, but I put Come On Barney on top because I think one of the most underrated things when you're handicapping is when a horse comes off a win, even if they are facing tougher. Come On Barney right now should be feeling good about himself, and he absolutely destroyed that bunch on that occasion. Went 58-2 on a track that was the second off. I think that stacks up fairly well against this group, and if he gets a little bit of racing luck, look out, because he's a horse that when he does get the right kind of a trip, he can really fly. So 9-1 on Come On Barney, I think that's value. I really do, and even 25-1, like you mentioned on Jack of Clubs, that seems to me like a massive overlay.
So you're right. The favorites in here, they're not a slam dunk, but it's dependent too on if others leave, if someone gets to mix it up in the early going, because if one of the favorites is able to get the lead easily, that's when they become tough to beat, and they've got the post advantage again on their side, and the public, I think that's why they're leaning to these horses. But interesting late shift here, 3-5 now on Royal Ship as we near post time, and it looks like we're in store for another big pool north of 14,000 now, so we'll be over 20,000 again, I'm sure, in this late pick 5 pool. And again, Rob searching for his value right off the bat here in the opening leg. Just a quick thought, we talked about it. You try and trip handicap. Do you think it's going to go differently for the one Harry G, or do you see him maybe being the leader, the first leader tonight in the race?
I mean, he might be, because there's not a lot less speed, I think, in here, but there's speed to the outside that's going to come crashing down on top of him. So I think he might get himself into a treble trip again and maybe have to come first over, which would not help his chances.
It's late pick 5 time, starting gate rolling. Last chance to make your selections. Field of 7 lining up. Harry G with Royal Ship, Prestige Sealster, Come On Barty, Better's Victory with Jack of Clubs, and Mr. Mock Jimmy. Starting gate swings off the turn, and here they come. And they're off. Sluggish start for both the 1 and 2 in here. Flying beginning for Prestige Sealster, who grabs control of the racetrack. Going to pocket up early is Come On Barney. Check that. That's going to be Better's Victory, who got away second. Come On Barney emerging in third. That was a quick opening 8th. Prestige Sealster is flat out flying here on the way to the opening quarter. He's got a big 5-length lead. Moving up to that first marker. Back in second. Better's Victory. Come On Barney third. 26 and 3. That's right, 26 and 3. A ballistic opening quarter here for Prestige Sealster. Tightening in second now is Better's Victory. Getting closer third, Come On Barney. Way back in fourth position as they make the turn. That is Harry G, as we've got a 3-horse breakaway up front. Then racing third from last, Royal Ship. Lot of speed to chase, though, and the back markers have to be loving this. That's Jack of Clubs getting ready to go, and following once again from the back is going to be Mr. Mock Jimmy. Half in a demanding 56-1. Prestige Sealster leads to the backstretch. Better's Victory now right there in second spot. Come On Barney got closer third. Has a look to the outside now as they go to 3/4. Trying to pick it up from fourth is Harry G. Still a lot of work to do, though. Royal Ship saving ground. Jack of Clubs now starts 3 wide in the backfield, and Mr. Mock Jimmy still 7 or 8 to try and make up. The front end is still going. 3/4 in an amazing 1:24 and 4. Prestige Sealster has had the pedal to the metal from the word go, but they're closing in now. Come On Barney has reeled in the tempo setter and now gets the upper hand late. It's Come On Barney trying to knife through Better's Victory. Late move from Harry G, but it's Come On Barney getting it done again. It's tight for second. Harry G up against Prestige Sealster, and fourth went to Better's Victory. 155-1. In the place photo, second was number 3, Prestige Sealster. 4-3-1-5, your top 4. Here's a look at the 7th race winner making his way back. It's 4 Come On Barney, 6-year-old gelded son of Vintage Master. From the Mach 3 mare, Mox Affair. Diane Sylvester of Sarnia, the owner. Dwayne May, the winning trainer. Scott Young in the driver's seat for the victory, the 2nd consecutive win here in London. And 8th lifetime. Tonight it's a brand new racing record, a sparkling 155-1 victory for number 4 Come On Barney in tonight's 7th race. We'll start that late pick 5 wager as a double-digit winner, $15. The win ticket to return. Top choice of colleague Rob Reed Jr. 4-3 exacta, 70-60. The dollar trifecta, $113.50. And the dollar superfecta, $586.35. Next is the 8th race, start of the late pick 4. $7,500 guaranteed pool. Scratched is number 6, General Lee. There's a look at the finish order, top down from race 7. It should read 3, 5, 2, 1, 4, 7, and 6. The late pick 4 starts next. Another $7,500 guaranteed pool. Take out the 6, General Lee. Field of 7 to kick it off. Post time, 8 minutes away. Don't forget, we are back in action again tomorrow night. Post time for the first race, 5:50. Nathan Bain will be back in the announcer's booth tomorrow evening. And racing again this Friday evening as well, 4:50 start time. Our Top of the Fair dining room opened each and every live racing night. Check us out online to make your reservations. Top of the Fair featuring our brand new menu. Again, open each and every live racing night. Racing 4 days a week here at the Raceway, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. For all the information you need for free past performance programs, live streaming video, and more, visit westernfairdistrict.com.
Come on, Barney, winning in race 7, the opening leg of the late pick 5, getting the job done. For us, the top selection, $15. We did take an all in that sequence, but still not a bad result going forward with him getting the job done. Nice steer by Scott Young, sitting just off that torrid early speed, coming first over to score. Now we're going to move on, though, to the late pick 4 wager. Same low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool, $7,500. We're going to deviate a little bit from our numbers that we used in the pick 5 sequence, but we're still going to single here in race 8 with number 1A, Positive Hanover. I think he's the one to beat. This is a real soft spot for this 14-time winner, and I think that he's going to just scoot away with that pole position, get himself a lead early, and just keep on going. The biggest challenge likely comes off his back, the 8, Officer Jones. If that one can stay tight to him, then maybe that's the one that can give him some trouble late in the mile. But I do like him as a single here. Race 9, I got to go too deep on this pick 4 ticket. We are single to Homie Joe under pick 5, but with this ticket not costing so much, we're going to go too deep this time around on this pick 4. Homie Joe is our top selection. Also adding in the 3, he's got swagger. He's one that if he gets summoned early, if his speed's summoned off the gate, and he ever is able to cut that race out, he could be tough to catch. He's one that typically races really well when he gets to the front, and that might be the case tonight from post 3 in a race where he could be the boss on the engine if that's what the game plan is. In race 10, we're going to go 4 deep with the 1, 2, 4, and 6. Same horses we do have in that pick 5 wager. I think that it's a contentious race. Why I still like the 6 is my top selection, but there are some others in there you have to look at. The 1, Harper's Hat Trick, no reason why he can't rebound. Big favorite last time, did disappoint, but can come right back with the pole position to get the job done. And I think that 6-1 would be a generous price on him. The 2, You Chase Him, I Kiss Him, one that I think you have to respect, going to the barn of Kyle Boston for the first time after being purchased by owner Frank Brundle. 1, 2, 4, 6 in race 10. And then in race 11, going to finish it off with the same 2 we have in the other sequence in the pick 5. That's the 4, Alex Having Fun. That was a good effort last time in this same level, preferred 2 and 3 handicap. I think that he does get to work from the most advantageous post of the main contenders. So Alex Having Fun is one we're using on the ticket, but our top choice is the 6, Quick Talkin'. Nice winner last time, March 22nd. Has missed a week between starts, but comes right back now and is on quite a streak when it comes to racing on a half-mile track in a preferred type event. So 2 deep in that finale. That ticket will cost you just $3.20 for a 20-cent wager. We're looking at 9 minutes until the horse will be moving out onto the track for race number 8. Again, it's the start of the late pick 4 wager, low takeout 15%, guaranteed pool at $7,500. Start mapping out your winning tickets now. Greg and I will come back, take a closer look at this dash after the post break.
Hi, I'm Ace, and this is my boy, Dally.
My wife Denise and I own Amber Same Day Delivery out of Niagara. We are a courier business. When you have a big family like this and you are running a business, you have to find ways to economize. Now, I know you horse people are in the same boat, so I'd like to give you a break. Daily service fee is $5,000, but if you have survived COVID and you're still in business, I think you deserve $1,000 off. You can take another 15 off if you just add a picture, video, or comment about your Dally on Facebook. That takes Dally service fee from $5,000 down to $2,500. Let's face it, everybody deserves a break. Thank you for your support. Together we'll survive COVID and come out stronger on the other side. God bless you all.
Capping off a sensational career, Better's Wish goes out a winner in the TVG.
Off cutter, Desperate Man! And it's Desperate Man pacing up late for Henry coming on. Desperate Man.
Catch the fire, splitting horses. It's Catch the Fire in time!
He stretches out the lead. Juju B dominant in the Kentucky Futurity.
B. Stoney, Stag Party, and B. Stoney. B. Stoney looked to get it in the final stride for Henry in 150-3.
Dream Pair, Jet Fire for Mark Campbell.
Sun, Fire, Wind, Rain will draw clear to win.
And here's My Baby Girl and Jameson on the outside with a rally in the lane to win. My Baby Girl in front.
Reminder as well that we will host the London Classic Yearling Sale, the new Yearling Sale, as we return to an in-person event this October at the Western Fair District Agriplex. It's going to be held on October 18th and 19th, a new weekday format, Tuesday and Wednesday, October 18th and 19th. It's going to land right in between the Ontario Sire Stakes Super Finals and Breeders' Crown eliminations the following weekend at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So it's going to be a great time of year here in the part of southwestern Ontario as we get set to host once again here on site the London Classic Yearling Sale. And entries for that actually close on April 22nd. So entries have been pushed back 1 week. They do close on April 22nd. Still a couple of weeks to enter your yearlings. And yeah, it's an exciting time as we welcome a brand new event here as we take on the London Classic Yearling Sale. And again, the dates to keep in mind, October 18th and 19th. New weekday format at the Agriplex here at Western Fair District, and the entry deadline is now going to be April 22nd. Visit londonclassic.ca to find out more information or to enter your yearlings. Race 8's coming up next. It is late pick 4 time. going to start off here shortly. Just over 2 minutes now on the clock. Here are the starters for tonight's 8th race. Number 1 is a Positive Hanover. Donnie Rankin owns Trains and Drives. Twilight Zone number 2, Milton Young is the owner. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat. I Love What I Do number 3, Chris Yake, the owner. The driver, Colin Kelly. 4, 3 Trick Gainer, owned by Numbered Company of Ontario Incorporated. The driver, Jason Ryan. 5, Jackson Colleen, Scott Ray in the bike. 4, Christina Soundy. 6, Scratch number 7, Rolling Rock, Karen Corner, the owner. The driver's John Hahn. And 8, Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, and Dr. John Tobin, driver's Travis Henry. So it's late pick 4 times, $7,500 guaranteed pool. Talk of the tote board, a Positive Hanover. And a single in the ticket of Rob Reed Jr. And you played the late pick 5 by going all in the first leg. You liked Come On Barney. And when you do that, that's exactly what you want to see. A nice $15 winner to get you started.
Yeah, it's good to start with the $15 winner. Obviously regretting, top pick wins. We could have went a little bit thinner there, Greg, but hey, we'll take it. Good way to start it. Again, we thought it was a race where no one really deserved to be an overwhelming favorite. And what a great steer by Scott Young, right? To kind of sit just off that torrid early speed. I mean, they were rolling, and then just kind of, Will Come On Barney in the first over position and let him do his thing to get the job done.
Yeah, it looked at the half to me like it was going to set up for those closers again, horses like Mr. Mock Jimmy. But, it's such a nice night. The track is so good. And, those horses really bravened up on the front end. And they kept rolling in the third quarter. So they never really gave the closers a chance to get up close enough to pick them up in the stretch. So really from, that halfway around the last turn to the finish, he kind of knew Come On Barney was going to have a big shot. It's always tricky, right, to know how to play these tickets. In hindsight, he's your top choice. You would love to have singled him, and then you'd really, have the potential for a big payout here. But the public thinks you've got it right here with a Positive Hanover. Any mystery in terms of how you see the race unfolding, or does he just try and go coast to coast?
Well, I think we saw him, leave out from post 7, 3 starts back. He got caught on the engine, but now from the pole position, I think there's no question about it. He's got some impressive snap off the gates. I don't see anyone in here that I think can go with him early, and if they do, it'll likely be a sacrificial mission. So I think that he's going to be, fired up. And, he's going to get to the lead, I think, with relative ease. The only concern, I guess, is that the main contender, I think, outside of him is likely Officer Jones, who's right on his back. So we've seen it, many times where when a horse has that kind of speed on the rail, the one behind them, can get away well. And if Officer Jones gets away right on his back, then maybe he's one that can give him, a bit of a test late, but I just didn't see anything in here that can go with a Positive Hanover, and I think he'll be able to close it out. I don't think there's anyone like Royal Ship or even Cranky's Boy in here, so I like a Positive Hanover as a single.
Yeah, I concur with everything you said in there, including your thoughts on Officer Jones, and a lot could be dictated in the opening eighth. If he can follow out the expected leader and get a trip on his back, he becomes dangerous. And I think he'll need that kind of trip to threaten, because he himself is struggling this year. He hasn't been able to find the winner's circle in 11 starts to date, but getting the class relief here as well, but meets up with a good one in a Positive Hanover. The other one that's somewhat intriguing, 3 Trick Gainer. You've got to go a little bit further back to see his best form, but last year I remember this horse winning big a couple of times at Flamborough. You see he took his mark of 54-1 over that half-mile oval last year. Not quite the same horse right now, but a couple of the recent tries have been sneaky good, and he's the other one that I think if there was one to jump up and kind of surprise, he'd be the one for me.
Yeah, Three Trick Gainer is a horse that I was kind of chasing quite a bit, and even one that I thought was one that was a good claim, back later last season, and I think that he's one that might be able to find his form again. This is obviously an easier spot than what he's been racing against, and it's just really a matter of if he can kind of get back to his old self, because you're right, he did have some punishing efforts over at Flamborough Downs, very impressive ones that I think would stack up well against this group, especially if you get in the 2-hole or sit a good trip here. 13 to 1 is a decent price. One, though, that I think for me would be more so in the bottom end of the exotics.
Yeah, that time of year when, we're seeing the better weather and track conditions. We've talked a couple of times tonight about that, and you'll see sometimes horses really step up and start to flourish. And, we saw that in the last race. 55 was a big, big mile for that group. So here we go. Start of the late pick 4. Your last chance to move in and make your wagers. Field of 7 lining up. A Positive Hanover with Twilight Zone. I Love What I Do. Three Trick Gainer, Jackson Colleen. Rolling Rock, and from the back to your Officer Jones. Here they come. And they're off. A Positive Hanover is going to fire from the inside. Leaving right up alongside in second is Twilight Zone. He'll drop into the pocket. Officer Jones gets away third from the second tier start. Floating wide in fourth is Jackson Colleen. And through on the inside of that one now comes I Love What I Do. Bottled up in the backfield early is Three Trick Gainer, who's in front of the trailer Rolling Rock. Field gets lined up quickly here behind A Positive Hanover. The 1-2 People's Choice puts up the quarter in 29-4. That's a leisurely tempo for A Positive Hanover, leading over to 3/8. The veteran Twilight Zone gets the pocket trip. Officer Jones is right there third. Fourth along the inside as they make the turn as I Love What I Do. And fifth, having a peek now to the outside as they move up to the half-mile pole. That's Three Trick Gainers. Going to have to try and brave it first over. And it's a couple of lengths to Rolling Rock, who's being prompted along there. Second from last and taken to the back of the field was Jackson Colleen. Halfway home in just 59-4. Tempo should pick up from here. A Positive Hanover. The ball is in his court with 3/8 of a mile to go. Has had it all his own way. Racing second every step of the way has been Twilight Zone. Three Trick Gainer out there third, but appears stalled at this point. Officer Jones is fourth. Has about 3 lengths to try and make up. And he'll be brought to the outside here with a quarter of a mile to go. Great quarters in 1:28-2. A Positive Hanover kicked out a 28 3 third quarter. Twilight Zone bravening up in the pocket. Three Trick Gainer continues to gain. Officer Jones now is going to roll 3 wide. A Positive Hanover bracing for the late challengers. Three Trick Gainer. Officer Jones on the far outside coming on. Officer Jones right up in the win photo. Tried to get there over Three Trick Gainer. A Positive Hanover had to settle for third in 1:58. In the win photo, it's Officer Jones finishing first. Second, Three Trick Gainer. Third, A Positive Hanover. Fourth, Twilight Zone. 8-4-1-2, the top 4. And here's a look at the 8th race winner returning. number 8, Officer Jones. He's a 9-year-old gelded son of Always a Virgin from the direct scooter mare Tiber Song. Owned by Limco Incorporated, Chateauguay, Quebec, and Dr. John Tobin of Elgin, Ontario. Vic Putty, the winning trainer. Travis Henry doing the driving. Gelding clicks for his first win of the season, 26th career win. From just off the pace tonight in 1:58. Officer Jones pays $4.80. 8-4 exacta worth $30.50. Dollar trifecta $21.45. Dollar superfecta $42.05. Next up, race number 9, start of the late pick 3. In the 9th race, number 2, No Time at All, with a bridle change from side rolls to blinkers. Field of 6 coming up next. Reviewing the finish order from race number 8, top down in your program, it should read 3, 4, 5, 2, 7, scratched, 6, 1. Reminder in this 9th race that 2, No Time at All, gets the bridle change from side rolls to blinkers. Just over 5 minutes until post time. Here's the field for the 9th. Number 1, Homie Joe, owned by Angus McQuarrie and Mark McQuarrie. Tyler Borth drives. Colin Kelly driving number 2, No Time at All, for Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. 3's He's Got Swagger, owned by A1 Stable. Travis Cullen in the bike. Dragon Energy 4. Paul Davies on board. Shares ownership with Nicole Davies. 5 Modern Rock, owned by Mike Romanelli. The driver's Brett McDonald. And number 6, Maintenance Man. Owners Colonel Schneider Jr. and Kimberly Hack. The driver, Travis Henry. That's your field of 6 for the 9th race. Start of the late pick 3 this evening. Very competitive condition event. Non-winners of $5,000 in the last 3. We'll bring Rob Reed Jr. back in again. We saw a positive Hanover falter on the front end there. A little bit surprising. But, you know, as we look at the overall program tonight, only one winner on the front end, and that was the highly regarded PL Porsche. She was 210 on the board. Other than that, though, no one on the front end's been able to hold on.
That's a good point, Greg. We've seen some horses, you know, go some pretty big fractions on the engine and not hold up, but you're right. Only one winner has been able to go coast to coast. And listen, I thought the race was over. I mean, I thought it was over at the quarter, the half, even the 3/4 pole, and he just couldn't really close it out when they came to call on the stretch. And the horse that we both thought would be the main danger ended up getting the job done. Officer Jones, you know, from a decent enough trip. But yeah, a positive Hanover busted me out of the multi-leg tickets. But we move on now to a good event here. Non-winners of $5,000 last 3 in race 9.
Yeah, I was with you. You know, the way the race set up, really no excuse for him. But I kind of thought, you know, halfway on the last turn when he couldn't get away on them, you kind of knew is this going to be closer, and he's going to have to dig deep. But full marks to Officer Jones for the win there. You talked about the fast early fractions. Boy, you know the track is fast here. We've seen 26 and change opening quarter, a couple in the 27 and change range, and you know, from a handicapping perspective, the good news is we've got 3 of our best races of the night to come. A lot of quality here. Main event in the 11th, nice full field of 8 there in the preferred 2 and preferred 3. 3 to 5 on Homie Joe. I think that's an extreme over bet in this spot. I know you like him. Do you like him at 3 to 5?
No, not 3 to 5. I mean, I singled and multi-leg wagers, I'd say, okay, yeah, you can maybe still take that stand, but 3 to 5 is an over bet. I mean, you mentioned if speed's not holding tonight, I mean, really that's going to go right into his wheelhouse, right? Because he's the type that will likely be coming at them in the initial stages anyways. But yeah, 3 to 5, that's way too Trevor Price on Homie Joe for me.
All right. He's he got a good post to work with in this spot. 2-time winner on the season, and you got a great opportunity to make it his 3rd here. He's got swagger. Here's one that is still looking for his first win of the season. Another one that's a lot better than that record would indicate, and you know, it might set up well for him. He's a versatile type. We've seen him win up on the front or coming from off the pace as well.
Yeah, oddly enough, I looked at this race, and that was the one that I actually added him in on my pick 4 wager, because I thought this looks like a great spot for him to go to the engine. I really do. Like, when you look at this race from top to bottom, there's not many horses in here that really want to have the lead. Maybe No Time at All, make a case for him, but he's got swagger, does his best work on the engine, and lately, you know, he's kind of had a tough time of it, having to come first over or racing from off the pace. And again, he's 0 for 10 this season, but really been a bona fide preferred type, you know, really for much of his career, 39 lifetime victories. I think that right now he's still the value, even at 5 to 2. I don't think the margin between him and Homie Joe should be, you know, this much right now, 4 to 5 to 5 to 2.
Modern Rock right now, 3 to 1 on this guy, Brett McDonald. teaming up with the Richard Moreau pupil. Good runner-up effort last time out at Flamborough Downs. First start in a while that he's raced on the half-miler. Another one, overdue for a victory. So kind of a common theme here, and these are good horses too. So. It's just they just need a small opening, if you will, to step up and win any one of them here. And McDonald, Moreau, they've been a really formidable driver-trainer combo here on the circuit as well. Even Maintenance Man, give him a shot in here, just depending how the race shapes up. What do you think?
Yeah, I put Maintenance Man actually in the third spot in here. I'm a little bit surprised to see him such a robust price at 19-1. I mean, everyone's kind of taken some support except him. I looked at him as one that, off of vet scratch sick, but one that certainly, can be competitive with this group. It's not like they're out of his reach by any stretch. So I put him in the third spot. I think he's one you want to use in the exotics. Might be able to add some value there, and 19-1 seems like too big of a price. All
right, we're seeing a bit of a late shift in the odds board now. Homie Joe drifting up. He's up to 6-5 now on the board, 2-1 on He's Got Swagger. And outside of those two, some very attractive prices on the board. So we are just about set to go. It's your last chance to move in and make your selections here for the 9th race, start of the late pick 3. Good-looking field of 6. Lining up, it's Homie Joe with No Time at All. He's Got Swagger, Dragon Energy, Modern Rock, and Maintenance Man on the outside. Field for race number 9 at the top of the stretch, and acting up off stride, trying to reset as Maintenance Man. So he's dug himself a big hole here early. Maintenance Man's going to be well back at the start. So no doubt there will be a judge's inquiry here into the start of the 9th. They're off end pacing the other 5, and striding straight to the front is He's Got Swagger. Going to cross over quickly. Coming away second from that post 1 start, Homie Joe. Into third as they roll on by that opening 8th is Dragon Energy. Then in 4th position comes Modern Rock, followed up there by No Time at All, who's traveling in 5th. Far back after that slow beginning is Maintenance Man. 5 of them in serious contention now as they arrive at the opening quarter. They're by that marker, 29 seconds. Freewheeling up front, that's He's Got Swagger. Homie Joe has the pocket view second, racing in line from third. Dragon Energy at 3/8 completion. Uptight in 4th as they wing off the turn now and approach the half-mile pole is Modern Rock. Break of a couple to find No Time at All, and trying to catch the field from the back is Maintenance Man. Halfway home, He's Got Swagger in charge, but up the half in 58 seconds, an identical 29-second second quarter. Homie Joe being chased along there in second spot. Now picking up third on the outside with 3/8 of a mile to go is Modern Rock, but in the meantime, He's Got Swagger steps on the accelerator, and he gets away by 3 lengths approaching 3/4. Homie Joe trying to reel him back in from second, re-emerging at the inside to be third as Dragon Energy stalled in 4th. Modern Rock racing 5th. No Time at All, but He's Got Swagger's broken it wide open here. 3/4, 1:25-1, 27-1. Huge third quarter, and He's Got Swagger has stepped away by 6 lengths, and he's pouring it on late. It's all He's Got Swagger wins it going away. Homie Joe did hold second, close for third. Dragon Energy at the inside against No Time at All. 1:53-4. An amazing mile for He's Got Swagger. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be an inquiry into the start of the 9th race, focusing on number 6, Maintenance Man, who was off stride and back at the start. Hold all tickets. Top 4 finishers posted 3-1-4-2. 3-1-4-2, top 4 finish order. Here's the winner of race number 9. It's 3 He's Got Swagger. 7-year-old gelded son, Vintage Master, from the Firm Friend mare, Bubbles Promise. Owned by A1 Stable of Dundas, Ontario, Jody Cullen. Winning trainer and Travis Cullen in the driver's seat for the victory. Gelding breaks out of a winless skid in a big way tonight. His first win in 11 this season, 40th career tally, 153 and 4/5. Sparkling winning effort in tonight's 9th race. After reviewing videotape, AGCO racing officials determined 6 maintenance man was outside the fair start pole when the word go was given, did not receive a fair start. And there will be refunds of tickets involving the number 6 maintenance man. Tickets involving 6 eligible for a refund. The exceptions will be the multi-leg wagers, where you will inherit the post-time favorite. Results are official. Price is posted. He's Got Swagger, $6.60 for the win. 3-1 Exacta paid $14. The dollar try, $33.75, and the dollar superfecta, $90.70. Race 10 is coming up. It's the start of the late double. Field of 6 will go postward. No changes. Race number 10 coming up, 2 left to go on the Tuesday night program. The scene of our Tony Elliott play of the night, horse that came through for me last week as my play of the night and got it done from post 7. He's got post 6 to work with tonight. He's on a form spree of late. Why is Delight, the 5-year-old better's Delight son, has won 2 in a row here for Gary McDonald, 3 of the last 5. And the thing that I think makes him appealing is that versatility. He can do it from on or off the pace, and gives him a lot of options to work with here and see how the race unfolds when the wings open. And from post 6, despite that, he opens up as your even money favorite in this spot as he looks for his 3rd in a row, the Tony Elliott play of the night. Just over 5 minutes away now from race 10. Post parade coming up shortly. Introducing the field for race 10. Number 1, Harper's Hat Trick. Tyler Borth with the drive for Chris Haskell and Grant Shelton. You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em, number 2, Frank Brundle is the owner. Colin Kelly with the drive. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid, Colonel and Cassidy Schneider share ownership. Anthony Hahn with the drive. 4 is Holly's Treasure. Colonel Schneider owns. Travis Henry in the bike. P.L. Oliver, number 5, Matt Dupuis, the owner. Jason Ryan drives. And 6, YS Delight. Gary McDonald, the owner. The driver is Tyler Moore. Field of 6 in the start of the late double here. And another really good field of 6. Well, we got our second front-end winner back in the 9th, Rob. We didn't see it coming in that fashion, though.
No, what an effort by He's Got Swagger. I mean, that's how he's his best, though, right? When he gets to the engine and just kind of is open throttle, and it's very reminiscent of what we've seen from that one in the past, racing at the preferred level. He looked like a spot that he might try those tactics tonight, and it sure worked out for him. A huge effort from He's Got Swagger.
All right, our colleague Tony Elliott tabbed YS Delight his best bet of the night, the horse that came through for me last week, and I thought from post 7 he could still win if everything worked out, and it did. And I knew if he did, you'd get a decent price. Post 6 tonight, outside post, and taking a little bit more support, but the public, starting to realize as you watch him week in and week out, this guy's always a factor, no matter, how the trip works out or what post position he has at this level. Just turning into a real nice, solid half-mile racehorse.
He is. And he's a high percentage winner. And I remember watching this one, at Grand River last season, and, one that was always a force to be reckoned with, and really coming into his own as of late here at the Raceway. Let's get him the track right now. I'm in agreement with Tony, and I think you're on board too, Greg, with YS Delight being the one to beat in here. And he's a versatile type, right? He can cover him off the pace, and 2 starts back, he showed some front stepping fashion as well, and was an easy winner on that occasion. So for me, I'm going to go back to him. I think that 2-to-1's a fair price right now. But I am intrigued by the other one taking support, the 2, You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em. First start for Kyle Boston's.
Yeah, and I like what I've seen from the horse so far. When he's been at a particular class level, and especially when he can get forwardly spotted, has typically been a factor. But barn change here. You get the Boston's Kelly combination, one of the very best, especially here locally in the last couple of years. Good post to work with as well. Harper's Hat Trick, post 1. Getting some support. Public willing to give this guy another chance. Last time out, beaten favorite, put on the front end and could not hold up on that occasion. Prior to that, had been in very good form. I thought the public might kind of shift off him. You might even get a little bit higher price, but willing to give this guy another chance. Quality son of sports writer. Will look to bounce back. A pair here from the Schneider stable, the 3 Smiling Billy the Kid, 4 Holly's Treasure, both in good form as well. So, you're getting a lot of value in the middle of the starting gate here.
I think on Holly's Treasure, especially for me right now, 5-to-1. This horse has been, in good form really, and one that I think I have picked for 4th actually in here. But I thought Holly's Treasure would take more action on the board than the 5-to-1 right now. He really hasn't done much wrong. You go down, even those lines over at Mohawk Park were solid as well. So Holly's Treasure's proven to be one that's versatile, can go to the front, can kind of race him just off the pace as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that one in the mix tonight. I think that, overall, this is a pretty solid group. For being a 6-horse field, there's quite a few possibilities in here, Greg.
Absolutely. So we'll watch the odds board, make another late shift here, 8-5. So favorite on YS Delight, who's going to try for a second consecutive week to win from an outside post, although has one less rival to try and go by this week. Son of Better's Delight, 5-year-old, rounding into to form here, and as you said, very photogenic over the last couple of seasons. And Better's Delight, hey, we know what he's done. I think he's going to be an okay sire. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's doing okay. Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm writing the Horse Players Journal. You know, I certainly don't have your knowledge when it comes to breeding. But when I'm writing the Horse Players Journal, I usually do refer to who their sire is, and that's one that gets mentioned all the time. You know, so when I'm writing the Horse Players Journal, my top 4 selections, there's a lot of very talented sons and daughters of Better's Delight. So just an incredible sire.
Yeah. You don't, we don't reference pedigree that much, when you get into the condition ranks and horses that are, well into the racing career. They are what they are at this point in time, but, you just can't help but notice sometimes, horses like Better's Delight, as horses get older, he produces champion stakes horses, but then, a ton of hard-hitting older race horses as well. Starting gate now rolling for race number 10. Good looking field of 6 taking up their positions as we get ready to start the late double. It's your final chance to wager. 1 is Harper's Hat Trick. 2 is You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em. 3, Smiling Billy the Kid. 4, Holly's Treasure. 5's PL Oliver. And 6 on the outside, YS Delight. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off. Down the center of the racetrack, trying to fire is Holly's Treasure. With a pair of them, though, sprinting along the inside. Harper's Hat Trick from post 1 wants that lead off stride into the turn and taken wide. Holly's Treasure could not negotiate that quick opening 8th. It's Harper's Hat Trick now coming away with the lead and all over the helmet early in second. That's You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em. Showing up now in third is Smiling Billy the Kid. YS Delight is up close to the pace. He's situated 4th past the opening quarter. Then it's PL Oliver resetting and trying to catch the field. Holly's Treasure. 28 seconds the quarter time. Harper's Hat Trick is on the engine and leading over to 3/8. Tight pocket sitter, You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em. Traveling in line from third, but gapped now by about a length and a half. That is Smiling Billy the Kid. 4th and staying to the inside is YS Delight. So PL Oliver is going to try and brave it first up from 5th. And catching the field, Holly's Treasure as they race that lower turn. Half in 57-4, 29-4 in the second quarter for Harper's Hat Trick. You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em is ready to pull the trigger right now, and there he goes. You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em was anxious to get underway and quickly pounces on Harper's Hat Trick. Now taking up the chase, PL Oliver, an uncovered third. On the back of that one is YS Delight's got about 3 to make up on the leader, though. A strong-looking You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em took charge at 3/4 in 1:26-2. Leads by 3 with an 1/8 of a mile to go. 3 wide coming on to take second, YS Delight. In between, PL Oliver. Harper's Hat Trick backs away. They're in the stretch. You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em trying to get it home, and he has what is an insurmountable lead. You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em by 3. YS Delight came on to be second. PL Oliver third. 4th, Smiling Billy the Kid, 155-1. Back into the winner's enclosure. Number 2, You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em. 6-year-old gelded son of Mystery Chase from the Brandon's Cowboy mare, Manetta's Night Star. Frank Brundle of East Garofraxa is the owner. Kyle Bosson's winning trainer. Colin Kelly in the driver's seat for the win. Scores in the debut for the new barn. And wins for the second time this season. The 11th lifetime. A sharp 155-1 victory for number 2, You Chase 'Em, I Kiss 'Em. $6.40 is the win ticket return. The 2-6 exacta paid $20.80. Dollar try $34.20. Dollar superfecta $131.65. The Tuesday night feature coming up next, the Super High Five finale. Preferred 2 and 3 handicap pace. Full field of 8 with no changes. Here's a look at the complete finish order from race 10, top down 6, 1, 4, 5, 3, 2. The 11th race coming up, tonight's finale, Super High Five wagering, no changes, with a field of 8 going postward in just over 7 minutes. Getting a look at the pick 5 will pays into the final leg. Very nice returns, 20-cent tickets. All of them north of $1,000, all the way up to $18,000 onto the post 8 starter here. If Beach and Lindy can get it done from the second tier, an amazing 20-cent pick 5 return. Good luck to everybody who's still alive going into the final leg. Post parade coming up shortly. Eleventh and final race coming up, and it's going to be a good one. Very competitive 8-horse field in the main event, preferred 2 and 3 handicap pace. And I've gone to the number 4, Alex Having Fun, as my play of the night. I like the starting spot for this guy from the Moreau stable, Moreau-McDonald combination, who've teamed up for several good results here locally. Horse coming off a rallying third-place finish last time out, and I like the fact that he closed from a long way back into that fast final half. A really sharp effort. A winner here in 55 and change from off the pace back on March 1st on an off-track, kind of an eye-catching mile, and gets inside a couple of other key rivals here tonight with the post 4 start. Alex Having Fun. I'd be quite happy if he held at the 5-1 price. I think he'll go down a little bit from those odds, I'm sure, as we near post time. But if he could hold anywhere around that price, I think it's an attractive price. Clever Character. We'll see if this one can get back into the win column. Team Cullen already with a big winner earlier on the night. One of the fastest, maybe even the fastest mile of the season so far here in London. He's got swagger. 1:53 and 4. Very impressive win. So we'll see if Clever Character can perform along those lines tonight. Something in that range is probably what it's going to take tonight. The track's been very fast, and with this kind of a quality field, you're likely going to have to go 54 or faster to win. We're going to meet the field shortly. Post parade coming up next for the Tuesday feature. Here's the field for the 11th. Race them up. Number 1, owned by Gord McDonald, Christopher Boland. Travis Henry drives. 2 is Icy Blue Scooter. Nathan Sobey in the driver's seat. Co-owns with Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie. Samuel Taylor, owner of 3 Pembroke Legacy, driven by Lorne House. 4 is Alex Having Fun. Brett McDonald on board for Ekity CSL. And Gaston Bibo. Clever Character 5. A1 Stable and Ron Cullen are the owners, along with Paul Sanders and Freedom Hill Farms. Travis Cullen in the bike. Quick Talk in 6. Austin Sorey driving for Lisa Henry. Paul and Nicole Davies, owners of 7 Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Paul drives. And from the back tier, the free-legged Beach and Lindy. Owned and driven by Steve Charlton. Full field of 8 here for the Super High 5 finale. They'll be going to the gate in a couple of moments. One more time, let's bring in Rob Reed Jr. Rob, looking at the pick 5 will pays in particular, outstanding prices. They're, aside from the long shot winner in the opening leg, the last 3 have all been quite logical winners, and everything north of $1,000 here.
Yeah, and I think you said it, Greg. It would have been nice if I had built a ticket around Come On Barney. It would be hard not to be alive right now if that was the game plan tonight, because I've got the ones that beat me out of the sequence were horses I did have in the top 3, but hey, C'est La Vie didn't put it together tonight. But you're right; those payouts are incredible considering the price we've seen through this sequence.
Absolutely. Having said that, you've got a heavy favorite here in Clever Character. And we already saw Team Cullen with a big winner 2 races back in race number 9. I think it's the fastest win this season here in London, or it's got to be very close. He's got swagger stepped up in a big way. But Clever Character, what do you think? I think he's got to go somewhere around that time or close to that to win here tonight from what we've seen. But I will say the wind has picked up a fair bit here in the last race or 2.
Yeah, listen, we saved the best for last tonight here at the Raceway, right? Preferred 2 and 3 handicap, and this is always a fun event. And obviously the degree of difficulty for handicapping, it gets a little tougher with the fact that you've got these horses handicapped with their posts. And listen, Clever Character for me is a horse that I think you have to give consideration to. He merits respect in here, but to the tune of even money, I don't know about that. I'm not so sure. I thought he raced really well in both of his last 2. I do believe in playing barns when you see one like he's got Swayer go out and race like that. I do believe you're okay to go right back to these connections, and again the Cullen barn in particular usually wins in bunches, so I like that angle. But even money, I can't get there as a win ticket, anyways.
Yeah, and again, the start will be, as it always is, really critical. If this one grabs the racetrack like He's Got Swagger did, then he will probably be difficult to catch tonight. Appears to be a lot of speed on paper anyway toward his inside. But let's go outside of him to Quick Talk, and he looks like a really good fit in here.
He does, and 5-1, not getting much respect. Was a good winner last time when he transitioned back to the Raceway in the half-mile service. I think right now he's got like 4 wins in a row in half-mile preferred events in his last 4 tries against these types. So I think he deserves more respect in that 5-1 on the board, because really when he gets matched up, against horses of this caliber, he does really well. I thought that win last time he held on by a head over Clever Character, but I did think that that it was never in danger of losing that race. So I think that he's one that you need to take a long look at here, especially at a price of 5-1.
Always nice when you get a new face in the mix, and this week it's that horse on screen, Beach and Lindy, free-legged pacer from the trailing tier. I think this is amazing. He's 6-1. Currently, so he's getting he's getting his share of tote support in the win column here, but in terms of that pick 5, he's the jackpot. I think just a single 20-cent ticket on him if he clicks. So whoever is sitting on that ticket's got to be cheering for him, and I wouldn't be surprised, based on the lines that we see from Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, the lines at Mohawk Park certainly make him competitive against this group. Trailing post, obviously, not the best spot. But, I mean, for him, he's more of a following type anyway, so that really shouldn't matter. The time away, though, off about a month coming into this. But, hey, $18,000 riding on a horse that's only 6-1 on the board. Whoever's got that ticket alive, I bet their heart rate's going to be pumping when they go behind the gate.
Yeah, and he's one of those at Mohawk. Once in a while, he comes from the clouds with that big late kick, and if they bunch up tonight at the 3/4 pole and it's anybody's race, he could be as good as anyone at that point. So. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Some nice returns no matter who gets it done here in the finale, and that's the way you want it, and we've saved the best for last. Thanks again, Rob. Look forward to seeing you again next Tuesday.
Always a pleasure, Greg. Looking forward to it as well.
Alrighty, they are moving in and lining up for the main event on this Tuesday night, the Super High 5 finale, field of 8. Race 'em up with Icy Blue Scooter, Pembroke Legacy, Alex Having Fun, Clever Character, Quick Talkin', Outlaw Grabbing Gears, and from the second tier, Beach and Lindy. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And they're off toward the inside. It's Race 'em Up and Icy Blue Scooter. They're going to leave out side by side going to the turn, but Race 'em Up quickly stacks them up as they hit the 8th pole. Icy Blue Scooter emerges second. Pembroke Legacy found the 3-hole up into 4th. Clever Character just in front of Alex Having Fun, who's a mid-pack 5th. Racing from 6th is Quick Talkin'. 7th in the backfield comes Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Beach and Lindy is the trailer and a dozen lengths off of the lead. The opening quarter, a snappy 27 seconds. Race 'em Up, fired up on the front end. He leads to 3/8, operating on a length and a half advantage. Traveling in second is Icy Blue Scooter, getting a bit closer now from 3rd. That's Pembroke Legacy. Clever Character is going to go overland from 4th. He's under some tip-tap urging to go on after the leaders. On the back of that one, Alex Having Fun. Then 3rd over to find Quick Talkin'. A break of 4 to Outlaw Grabbing Gears. 5 more to Beach and Lindy. 55-4. Race 'em Up says catch me if you can. Clever Character now coming on to be second is to within 3/4 of a length, trying to keep up in 3rd. Icy Blue Scooter rolling the dice 3 wide as they near 3/4. There goes Alex Having Fun, trying to follow his Quick Talkin', knifing on in between rivals. There's Pembroke Legacy. They pass 3/4 and 1, 24-1. Race 'em Up still on top. Here comes Alex Having Fun, getting closer on the outside second. Now a half length away as the field turns for home. On the inside, Race 'em Up. Here's the challenge from Alex Having Fun. Quick Talkin' on the far outside starts to close in. Alex Having Fun, Race 'em Up to the wire. Alex Having Fun got his head up in time. Race 'em Up second. Looked like Quick Talkin' third. Close for 4th and 5th in 1:54. Here's the winner of tonight's 11th and final, number 4, Alex Having Fun. 5-year-old gelding by Rock and Roll Heaven from the Arts Place mare Artera, owned by AQD CSL. and Gaston Bibeau. Richard Moreau, the winning trainer. Brett McDonald in the driver's seat for the win. Third in 9 this year for Alex Having Fun. Sent off as the 6-5 favorite here in the finale. Clicks and pays $4.70. 4, 1, 6, 5, and 3, your top 5 finish order. The 4-1 exacta paid $34.90. Dollar try, $111.20. The dollar super high 5, $1,711.55. 20 center, $342 and change. The double, $25.60. The 20-cent pick 3, $18.50. Dollar pick 4, $270.40. And your 20-cent pick 5, just over $1,030. And that will conclude the Tuesday night program here at the Raceway. Another solid handle. Well over $550,000 wagered. Thank you for playing along tonight. Don't forget, we are back in action tomorrow evening. 5:50 post time. You can download your free racing programs at westernfairdistrict.com. Hope to see you again tomorrow and later in the week here at the Raceway. And until then, so long and enjoy the rest of your evening.